2BR02B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alex Clark. 2BR02B by Kurt Vonnegut Jr. Everything was perfectly swell. There were no prisons, no slums, no insane asylums, no cripples, no poverty, no wars. All diseases were conquered. So was old age. Death, barring accidents, was an adventure for volunteers. The population of the United States was stabilized at 40 million souls. One bright morning in the Chicago Lying-In Hospital, a man named Edward K. Whaling Jr. waited for his wife to give birth. He was the only man waiting. Not many people were born a day anymore. Whaling was 56, a mere stripling in a population whose average age was 129. X-rays had revealed that his wife was going to have triplets. The children would be his first. Young Whaling was hunched in his chair, his head in his hand. He was so rumpled, so still and colorless, as to be virtually invisible. His camouflage was perfect, since the waiting room had a disorderly and demoralized air, too. Chairs and ashtrays had been moved away from the walls. The floor was paved with spattered drop cloths. The room was being redecorated. It was being redecorated as a memorial to a man who had volunteered to die. A sardonic old man, about 200 years old, sat on a stepladder painting a mural he did not like. Back in the days when people aged visibly, his age would have been guessed at 35 or so. Aging had touched him that much before the cure for aging was found. The mural he was working on depicted a very neat garden. Men and women in white, doctors and nurses, turned the soil, planted seedlings, sprayed bugs, spread fertilizer. Men and women in purple uniforms pulled up weeds, cut down plants that were old and sickly, raked leaves, carried refuse to trash burners. Never, not even in medieval Holland or old Japan, had a garden been more formal, been better tended. Every plant had all the loam, light, water, air, and nourishment it could use. A hospital orderly came down the corridor, singing under his breath a popular song. "If you don't like my kisses, honey, here's what I will do. I'll go see a girl in purple, kiss this sad world toodle-oo. If you don't want my lovin', why should I take up all this space? I'll get off this old planet. Let some sweet baby have my place." The orderly looked in at the mural and the muralist. "Looks so real," he said. "I can practically imagine I'm standing in the middle of it." "What makes you think you're not in it?" said the painter. He gave a satiric smile. "It's called the happy garden of life, you know." "That's good of Dr. Hitz," said the orderly. He was referring to one of the male figures in white, whose head was a portrait of Dr. Benjamin Hitz, the hospital's chief obstetrician. Hitz was a blindingly handsome man. "Lots of faces still to fill in," said the orderly. He meant that the faces of many of the figures in the mural were still blank. All blanks were to be filled with portraits of important people on either the hospital staff or from the Chicago office of the Federal Bureau of Termination. "Must be nice to be able to make pictures that look like something," said the orderly. The painter's face curdled with scorn. "You think I'm proud of this daub?" he said. "You think this is my idea of what life really looks like?" "What's your idea of what life looks like?" said the orderly. The painter gestured at a foul dropcloth. "There's a good picture of it," he said. "Frame that, and you'll have a picture a damn sight more honest than this one." "You're a gloomy old duck, aren't you?" said the orderly. "Is that a crime?" said the painter. The orderly shrugged. "If you don't like it here, Grandpa," he said, and he finished the thought with the trick telephone number the people who didn't want to live anymore were supposed to call. The 0 on the telephone number he pronounced not. The number was 2BR not 2B. It was the telephone number of an institution whose fanciful sobriquets included Automat, Birdland, Cannery, Catbox, Delouser, Easy Go, Goodbye Mother, Happy Hooligan, Kiss Me Quick, Lucky Pierre, Sheep Dip, Warring Blendor, Weep No More, and Why Worry? To be or not to be was the telephone number of the municipal gas chambers of the Federal Bureau of Termination. The painter thumbed his nose at the orderly. When I decide it's time to go, he said, it won't be at the Sheep Dip. A do-it-yourselfer, eh? Said the orderly. Messy business, Grandpa. Why don't you have a little consideration for the people who have to clean up after you? The painter expressed, with an obscenity, his lack of concern for the tribulations of his survivors. The world could do with a good deal more mess, if you ask me, he said. The orderly laughed and moved on. Wailing, the waiting father mumbled something without raising his head, and then he fell silent again. A coarse, formidable woman strode into the waiting room on spike heels. Her shoes, stockings, trench coat, bag, and overseas cap were all purple. The purple the painter called the color of grapes on Judgment Day. The medallion on her purple musette bag was the seal of the Service Division of the Federal Bureau of Termination, an eagle perched on a turnstile. The woman had a lot of facial hair, an unmistakable mustache, in fact. A curious thing about gas chamber hostesses was that, no matter how lovely and feminine they were when recruited, they all sprouted mustaches within 5 years or so. Is this where I'm supposed to come? She said to the painter. A lot would depend on what your business was, he said. You aren't about to have a baby, are you? They told me I was supposed to pose for some picture, she said. My name's Leora Duncan. She waited. And you dunk people, he said. What? She said. Skip it, he said. That sure is a beautiful picture, she said. Looks just like heaven or something. Or something, said the painter. He took a list of names from his smock pocket. Duncan, 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 he said, scanning the list. Yes, here you are. You're entitled to be immortalized. See any faceless bodies here you'd like me to stick your head on? We've got a few choice ones left. She studied the mural obliquely. Gee, she said, they're all the same to me. I don't know anything about art. A body's a body, eh? He said. All righty. As a master of fine art, I recommend this body here. He indicated a faceless figure of a woman who was carrying dried stalks to a trash burner. Well, said Leora Duncan, that's more the disposal people, isn't it? I mean, I'm in service. I don't do any disposing. The painter clapped his hands in mock delight. You say you don't know anything about art, and then you prove in the next breath that you know more about it than I do. Of course, the sheaf carrier is wrong for a hostess. A snipper, a pruner. That's more your line. He pointed to a figure in purple who was sawing a dead branch from an apple tree. How about her? He said. You like her at all? Gosh, she said, and she blushed and became humble. That puts me right next to Dr. Hitz. That upsets you? He said. Good gravy, no, she said. It's just such an honor. Ah, you admire him then, eh? He said. Who doesn't admire him? She said, worshipping the portrait of Hitz. It was the portrait of a tanned, white-haired, omnipotent Zeus, 240 years old. Who doesn't admire him? She said again. He was responsible for setting up the very first gas chamber in Chicago. Nothing would please me more, said the painter, than to put you next to him for all time. Sawing off a limb. That strikes you as appropriate? That is kind of like what I do, she said. She was demure about what she did. What she did was make people comfortable while she killed them. And, while Leora Duncan was posing for her portrait, into the waiting room bounded Dr. Hitz himself. He was 7 feet tall, and he boomed with importance, accomplishments, and the joy of living. "Well, Miss Duncan, he said, and he made a joke. "What are you doing here?" he said. "This isn't where the people leave. This is where they come in." "We're going to be in the same picture together," she said shyly. "Good," said Dr. Hitz heartily. "And say, isn't that some picture?" "I sure am honored to be in it with you," she said. "Let me tell you," he said, "I'm honored to be in it with you. Without women like you, this wonderful world we've got wouldn't be possible." He saluted her and moved toward the door that led to the delivery rooms. "Guess what was just born?" he said. "I can't," she said. "Triplets," he said. "Triplets?" she said. She was exclaiming over the legal implications of triplets. The law said that no newborn child could survive unless the parents of the child could find someone who would volunteer to die. Triplets, if they were all to live, called for 3 volunteers. "Do the parents have 3 volunteers?" "Last I heard," said Dr. Hitz, "they had 1. They were trying to scrape up another 2. "I don't think they made it," she said. "Nobody made 3 appointments with us. Nothing but singles going through today, unless someone called in after I left. What's the name?" "Whaling," said the waiting father, sitting up, red-eyed and frowsy. "Edward K. Whaling, Jr. is the name of the happy father-to-be." He raised his right hand, looked at a spot on the wall, gave a hoarsely wretched chuckle. "Present," he said. "Oh, Mr. Whaling," said Dr. Hitz. "I didn't see you." "The Invisible Man," said Whaling. "They just phoned me that your triplets have been born," said Dr. Hitz. "They're all fine, and so is the mother. I'm on my way in to see them now." "Hooray," said Whaling emptily. "You don't sound very happy," said Dr. Hitz. "What man in my shoes wouldn't be happy?" said Whaling. He gestured with his hands to symbolize carefree simplicity. "All I have to do is pick out which one of the triplets is going to live, then deliver my maternal grandfather to the happy hooligan and come back here with a receipt." Dr. Hitz became rather severe with Whaling, towered over him. "You don't believe in population control, Mr. Whaling?" he said. "I think it's perfectly keen," said Whaling tautly. "Would you like to go back to the good old days when the population of the earth was 20 billion, about to become 40 billion, then 80 billion, then 160 billion? Do you know what a druplet is, Mr. Whaling?" said Hitz. "No," said Whaling sulkily. "A druplet, Mr. Whaling, is one of the little knobs, one of the little pulpy grains of a blackberry," said Dr. Hitz. "Without population control, human beings would now be packed on the surface of this old planet like druplets on a blackberry. Think of it." Whaling continued to stare at the same spot on the wall. "In the year 2000, said Dr. Hitz, "before scientists stepped in and laid down the law, there wasn't even enough drinking water to go around, and nothing to eat but seaweed, and still people insisted on their right to reproduce like jackrabbits, and their right, if possible, to live forever." "I want those kids," said Whaling quietly. "I want all 3 of them." "Of course you do," said Dr. Hitz. "That's only human." "I don't want my grandfather to die either," said Whaling. "Nobody's really happy about taking a close relative to the cat box," said Dr. Hitz gently, sympathetically. "I wish people wouldn't call it that," said Lehor Duncan. "What?" said Dr. Hitz. "I wish people wouldn't call it the cat box and things like that. It gives people the wrong impression." "You're absolutely right," said Dr. Hitz. "Forgive me." He corrected himself, gave the municipal gas chambers their official title, a title no one ever used in conversation. "I should have said Ethical Suicide Studios," he said. "That sounds so much better," said Lehor Duncan. "This child of yours, whichever one you decide to keep, Mr. Whaling," said Dr. Hitz, "he or she is going to live on a happy, roomy, clean, rich planet thanks to population control, in a garden like that mural there. He shook his head. 2 centuries ago, when I was a young man, it was a hell that nobody thought could last another 20 years. Now, centuries of peace and plenty stretch before us as far as the imagination cares to travel. He smiled luminously. The smile faded as he saw that Whaling had just drawn a revolver. Whaling shot Dr. Hitz dead. "There's room for one. A great big one," he said. And then he shot Leora Duncan. "It's only death," he said to her as she fell. "There, room for 2. And then he shot himself, making room for all 3 of his children. Nobody came running. Nobody, seemingly, heard the shots. The painter sat on top of his stepladder, looking down reflectively on the sorry scene. The painter pondered the mournful puzzle of life, demanding to be born and, once born, demanding to be fruitful, to multiply and to live as long as possible, to do all that on a very small planet that would have to last forever. All the answers that the painter could think of were grim. Even grimmer, surely, than a cat box, a happy hooligan, an easy go. He thought of war. He thought of plague. He thought of starvation. He knew that he would never paint again. He let his paintbrush fall to the drop cloths below, and then he decided he had had about enough of life in the happy garden of life, too, and he came slowly down from the ladder. He took Whaling's pistol, really intending to shoot himself, but he didn't have the nerve. And then he saw the telephone booth in the corner of the room. He went to it, dialed the well-remembered number. 2BR, not 2B. "Federal Bureau of Termination," said the very warm voice of a hostess. "How soon can I get an appointment?" he asked, speaking very carefully. "We could fit you in late this afternoon, sir," she said. "It might even be earlier if we get a cancellation." "All right," said the painter. "Fit me in, if you please." And he gave her his name, spelling it out. "Thank you, sir," said the hostess. "Your city thanks you. Your country thanks you. Your planet thanks you. But the deepest thanks of all is from future generations." The end. End of 2BR02B. Recorded by Alex Clark.
After a Few Words. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cori Snow. After a Few Words, by Gordon Randall Garrett. After a Few Words. This is a science fiction story. History is a science. The other part is, as all Americans know, the most fictional field we have today. He settled himself comfortably in his seat and carefully put the helmet on, pulling it down firmly until it was properly seated. For a moment, he could see nothing. Then his hand moved up and, with a flick of the wrist, lifted the visor. Ahead of him, in serried array, with lances erect and pennons flying, was the forward part of the column. Far ahead, he knew, were the Knights Templars, who had taken the advance. Behind the Templars rode the mailed knights of Brittany and Anjou. These were followed by King Guy of Jerusalem and the host of Poitou. He himself, Sir Robert de Bouain, was riding with the Norman and English troops just behind the men of Poitou. Sir Robert turned slightly in his saddle. To his right, he could see the brilliant red and gold banner of the lion-hearted Richard of England. Gules impale 3 lions passant gaudant, or. Behind the standard-bearer, his great war-horse moving with a steady, measured pace, his coronet of gold on his steel helm gleaming in the glaring desert sun, the lions of England on his firm-held shield, was the king himself. Further behind, the Knights Hospitallers protected the rear, guarding the column of the hosts of Christendom from harassment by the Bedouins. "By Our Lady," came a voice from his left, 3 days out from Acre, and the accursed Saracens still elude us." Sir Robert de Bohun twisted again in his saddle to look at the knight riding alongside him. Sir Gaeton de l'Arc-Tombé sat tall and straight in his saddle, his visor up, his blue eyes narrowed against the glare of the sun. Sir Robert's lips formed a smile. "They are not far off, Sir Gaeton. They have been following us. As we march parallel to the sea-coast, so they have been marching with us in those hills to the east." "Like the jackals they are," said Sir Gaeton. "They assail us from the rear, and they set up traps in our path ahead. Our spies tell us that the Turks lie ahead of us in countless numbers, and yet they fear to face us in open battle." "Is it fear, or are they merely gathering their forces?" "Both," said Sir Gaeton flatly. "They fear us, else they would not dally to amass so fearsome a force. If, as our informers tell us, there are uncounted Turks to the fore, and if, as we are aware, our rear is being dogged by the Bedouin and the black horsemen of Egypt, it would seem that Saladin has at hand more than enough to overcome us, were they all truly Christian knights." "Give them time. We must wait for their attack, Sir Knight. It were foolhardy to attempt to seek them in their own hills, and yet they must stop us. They will attack before we reach Jerusalem, fear not." "We of Gascony fear no heathen Mussulman," Sir Gaeton growled. "It's this hellish heat that is driving me mad." He pointed toward the eastern hills. "The sun is yet low, and already the heat is unbearable." Sir Robert heard his own laugh echo hollowly within his helmet. "Perhaps 'twere better to be mad when the assault comes. Madmen fight better than men of cooler blood." He knew that the others were baking inside their heavy armor, although he himself was not too uncomfortable. Sir Gaeton looked at him with a smile that held both irony and respect. "In truth, Sir Knight, it is apparent that you fear neither men nor heat, nor is your own blood too cool. True, I ride with your Normans, and your English, and your King Richard of the Lion's Heart. But I am a Gascon, and have sworn no fealty to him. But to side with the Duke of Burgundy against King Richard?" He gave a short, barking laugh. "Ha! I fear no man," he went on, "but if I had to fear one, it would be Richard of England." Sir Robert's voice came like a sword, steely, flat, cold, and sharp. "My lord the king spoke in haste. He has reason to be bitter against Philip of France, as do we all. Philip has deserted the field. He has returned to France in haste, leaving the rest of us to fight the Saracen for the Holy Land, leaving only the contingent of his vassal the Duke of Burgundy to remain with us. And Richard of England has never been on the best of terms with Philip Augustus," said Sir Gaeton. "No, and with good cause. But he allowed his anger against Philip to colour his judgment when he spoke harshly against the Duke of Burgundy. The Duke is no coward, and Richard Plantagenet well knows it. As I said, he spoke in haste." "And you intervened," said Sir Gaeton. "It was my duty." Sir Robert's voice was stubborn. "Could we have permitted a quarrel to develop between the two finest knights and war leaders in Christendom at this crucial point? The desertion of Philip of France has cost us dearly. Could we permit the desertion of Burgundy too?" "You did what must be done in honor," the Gascon conceded, "but you have not gained the love of Richard by doing so." Sir Robert felt his jaw set firmly. "My king knows I am loyal." Sir Gaeton said nothing more, but there was a look in his eyes that showed that he felt that Richard of England might even doubt the loyalty of Sir Robert de Bohun. Sir Robert rode on in silence, feeling the movement of the horse beneath him. There was a sudden sound to the rear. Like the wash of the tide from the sea came the sound of Saracen war cries, and the clash of steel and steel mingled with the sounds of horses in agony and anger. Sir Robert turned his horse to look. The Negro troops of Saladin's Egyptian contingent were thundering down upon the rear. They clashed with the Hospitallers, slamming in like a rain of heavy stones, too close in for the use of bows. There was only the sword against armor, like the sound of 1,000 hammers against 1,000 anvils. "Stand fast! Stand fast! Hold them off!" It was the voice of King Richard, sounding like a clarion over the din of battle. Sir Robert felt his horse move, as though it were urging him on toward the battle, but his hand held to the reins, keeping the great charger in check. The king had said, "Stand fast," and this was no time to disobey the orders of Richard. The Saracen troops were coming in from the rear, and the Hospitallers were taking the brunt of the charge. They fought like madmen, but they were slowly being forced back. The master of the Hospitallers rode to the rear, to the king's standard, which hardly moved in the still desert air now that the column had stopped moving. The voice of the Duke of Burgundy came to Sir Robert's ears. "Stand fast! The king bids you all to stand fast," said the Duke, his voice fading, as he rode up on the column toward the Knights of Poitou and the Knights Templars. The master of the Hospitallers was speaking in a low, urgent voice to the king. "My lord, we are pressed on by the enemy, and in danger of eternal infamy. We are losing our horses, one after the other." "Good master," said Richard, "it is you who must sustain their attack. No one can be everywhere at once." The master of the Hospitallers nodded curtly, and charged back into the fray. The king turned to Sir Baldwin de Carrero, who sat a horse near by, and pointed toward the eastern hills. "They will come from there, hitting us in the flank. We cannot afford to amass a rearward charge. To do so would be to fall directly into the hands of the Saracen." A voice very close to Sir Robert said, "Richard is right. If we go to the aid of the Hospitallers, we will expose the column to a flank attack." It was Sir Gaeton. "My lord the king," Sir Robert heard his voice say, "is right in all but one thing. If we allow the Egyptians to take us from the rear, there will be no need for Saladin and his Turks to come down on our flank. And the Hospitallers cannot hold for long at this rate. A charge at full gallop would break the Egyptian line and give the Hospitallers breathing time. Are you with me? Against the orders of the king? The king cannot see everything. There are times when a man must use his own judgment. You said you were afraid of no man. Are you with me?" After a moment's hesitation, Sir Gaeton couched his lance. "I am with you, Sir Knight. Live or die, I follow. Strike and strike hard." "Forward, then!" Sir Robert heard himself shouting. "Forward for St. George and for England!" "St. George and England!" the Gascon echoed. The two great war horses began to move ponderously toward the battle lines, gaining momentum as they went. Moving in unison, the two knights, their horses now at a fast trot, lowered their lances, picking their Saracen targets with care. Larger and larger loomed the Egyptian cavalrymen as the horses changed pace to a thundering gallop. The Egyptians tried to dodge as they saw, too late, the approach of the Christian knights. Sir Robert felt the shock against himself and his horse as the steel tip of the long ash lance struck the Saracen horseman in the chest. Out of the corner of his eye he saw that Sir Gaeton, too, had scored. The Saracen, impaled on Sir Robert's lance, shot from the saddle as he died. His lighter armor had hardly impeded the incoming spear point, and now his body dragged it down as he dropped toward the desert sand. Another Moslem cavalryman was charging in now, swinging his curved saber, taking advantage of Sir Robert's sagging lance. There was nothing else to do but drop the lance and draw his heavy broadsword. His hand grasped it, and it came singing from its scabbard. The Egyptian's curved sword clanged against Sir Robert's helm, setting his head ringing. In return the knight's broadsword came about in a sweeping arc, and the Egyptian's horse rode on with the rider's headless body. Behind him Sir Robert heard further cries of "St. George and England!" The Hospitallers, taking heart at the charge, were going in. Behind them came the Count of Champagne, the Earl of Leicester, and the Bishop of Beauvais, who carried a great war-hammer in order that he might not break church law by shedding blood. Sir Robert's own sword rose and fell, cutting and hacking at the enemy. He himself felt a dreamlike detachment, as though he were watching the battle rather than participating in it. But he could see that the Moslems were falling back before the Christian onslaught. And then quite suddenly there seemed to be no foeman to swing at. Breathing heavily, Sir Robert sheathed his broadsword. Beside him Sir Gaeton did the same, saying, "It will be a few minutes before they can regroup, Sir Knight. We may have routed them completely. "Aye, but King Richard will not approve of my breaking ranks and disobeying orders. I may win the battle, and lose my head in the end." "This is no time to worry about the future," said the Gascon. "Rest for a moment and relax, that you may be the stronger later. Here, have an Old King's." He had a pack of cigarettes in his gauntleted hand, which he proffered to Sir Robert. There were 3 cigarettes protruding from it, one slightly farther than the others. Sir Robert's hand reached out and took that one. "Thanks. When the going gets rough, I really enjoy an Old King's." He put one end of the cigarette in his mouth and lit the other from the lighter in Sir Gaeton's hand. "Yes, sir," said Sir Gaeton, after lighting his own cigarette. "Old Kings are the greatest. They give a man a real, deep-down smoking pleasure." "There's no doubt about it. Old Kings are a man's cigarette." Sir Robert could feel the soothing smoke in his lungs as he inhaled deeply. "That's great. When I want a cigarette, I don't want just any cigarette." "Nor I," agreed the Gascon. "Old Kings are the only real cigarette when you're doing a real man's work." "That's for sure." Sir Robert watched a smoke ring expand in the air. There was a sudden clash of arms off to their left. Sir Robert dropped his cigarette to the ground. "The trouble is that doing a real he-man's work doesn't always allow you to enjoy the fine, rich tobaccos of Old Kings right down to the very end." "No, but you can always light another later," said the Gascon knight. King Richard, on seeing his army moving suddenly toward the harassed rear, had realized the danger, and had charged through the Hospitallers to get into the thick of the fray. Now the Turks were charging down from the hills, hitting, not the flank as he had expected, but the rear. Saladin had expected him to hold fast. Sir Robert and Sir Gaeton spurred their chargers toward the flapping banner of England. The fierce warrior king of England, his mighty sword in hand, was cutting down Turks as though they were grain stalks, but still the Saracen horde pressed on. More and more of the terrible Turks came boiling down out of the hills, their glittering scimitars swinging. Sir Robert lost all track of time. There was nothing to do but keep his own great broadsword moving, swinging like some gigantic metronome as he hacked down the Moslem foes. And then suddenly he found himself surrounded by the Saracens. He was isolated and alone, cut off from the rest of the Christian forces. He glanced quickly around as he slashed another Saracen from pate to breastbone. Where was Sir Gaeton? Where were the others? Where was the red and gold banner of England? He caught a glimpse of the fluttering banner far to the rear and started to fall back. And then he saw another knight nearby, a huge man, who swung his sparkling blade with power and force. On his steel helm gleamed a golden coronet. Richard! And the great king, in spite of his prowess, was outnumbered heavily, and would within seconds be cut down by the Saracen horde. Without hesitation, Sir Robert plunged his horse toward the surrounded monarch, his great blade cutting a path before him. He saw Richard go down, falling from the saddle of his charger, but by that time his own sword was cutting into the screaming Saracens, and they had no time to attempt any further mischief to the king. They had their hands full with Sir Robert de Bouain. He did not know how long he fought there, holding his charger motionless over the inert body of the fallen king, hewing down the screaming enemy, but presently he heard the familiar cry of, "For St. George and for England!" behind him. The Norman and English troops were charging in, bringing with them the banner of England. And then Richard was on his feet, cleaving the air about him with his own broadsword. Its bright edge, besmeared with Saracen blood, was biting viciously into the foe. The Turks began to fall back. Within seconds the Christian knights were boiling around the embattled pair, forcing the Turks into retreat. And for the second time Sir Robert found himself with no one to fight. And a voice was saying, "You have done well this day, Sir Knight. Richard Plantagenet will not forget." Sir Robert turned in his saddle to face the smiling king. "My lord king, be assured that I would never forget my loyalty to my sovereign and liege lord. My sword and my life are yours whenever you call." King Richard's gauntleted hand grasped his own. "If it please God, I shall never ask your life. An earldom awaits you when we return to England, Sir Knight." And then the king mounted his horse and was running full gallop after the retreating Saracens. Robert took off his helmet. He blinked for a second to adjust his eyes to the relative dimness of the studio. After the brightness of the desert that the televicarian helmet had projected into his eyes, the studio seemed strangely cave-like. How'd you like it, Bob? Asked one of the two producers of the show. Robert Bowen nodded briskly and patted the Televike helmet. It was okay, he said. Good show. A little talky at the beginning, and it needs a better fade-out, but the action scenes were fine. The sponsor ought to like it. For a while, at least. What you mean, for a while? Robert Bowen sighed. If this thing goes on the air the way it is, he'll lose sales. Why? Commercial not good enough? Too good. Man, I've smoked Old Kings, and believe me, the real thing never tasted as good as that cigarette did in the commercial. End of After a Few Words by Gordon Randall Garrett. Recording by Cori Snow. Olympia, Washington. http://www.cyclometh.com.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, go to LibriVox.org. Recorded by Bryden Jones. The Beast of Space, A Tale of the Prospectors of the Starways, of Dangers, by F. E. Hardart. He staggered back from the lapping pool, the gas, the weight of the girl's body, the dog. Here the dark cave, along which Nat Starrett had been creeping, broadened into what his powerful searchlight revealed to be a low, wide, smoothly circular room. At his feet lapped black, thick-looking waves of an underground lake, a pool of viscous substance that gave off a penetrating, poignant odor of acid, sweetish and intoxicating, unlike any acid he knew. The smell rolled up in a sickening, sultry cloud that penetrated his helmet, made him cough and choke. Near its center, projected from the sticky stuff, what appeared to be the nose of a spaceship. He looked down near his feet at the edge of the pool where thick, slowly moving tongues of the liquid appeared to reach up towards him, as if intent on pulling him into the depths. As each hungry wave fell back, it left a slimy, snake-like trail behind. Now came a wave of strange music, music such as he had never heard before. Faintly, it had begun some time back, so faintly he was barely aware of it. Now it swelled into a smooth, impelling wail, lulling him into drowsiness. He did not wonder why he could hear it through the soundproof space helmet he wore. He ceased to wonder about anything. There was only the strange sweetness of acid and the throbbing music. Abruptly, the spell was broken by something shrilling in his brain, sending little chills racing up and down his spine. Digger! A small, oddly canine-like creature with telepathic powers, a space dweller which men found when they first came to the asteroids. The relationship between space hounds and men was much the same between man and dog in the old Earthbound days. Appropriate name for the beast? Digger. With those large, incredibly hard claws designed for rooting in the metal makeup of the asteroids for vital elements, the spacehound could easily have shredded the man's spacesuit and helmet, could, at any time, tear huge chunks out of men's fine ships. The half-conscious man jerked his thin form erect, his mouth, which had gaped loosely, closed with a snap into firm lines. "She isn't in this hellhole, Digger. You wouldn't expect her to be where we could find her easily." Scooping the small beast up under his good arm, he quickly climbed the steep, slimy slope of the cave. The other arm in his suit hung empty. That empty arm in the spacesuit told the story of an Earthman become voluntary exile, choosing the desolation of space to the companionship of other humans who would deluge him with unwanted sympathy. The spacehound was friendly in its own fashion. Fortunately, such complex things as sympathy were apparently outside its abilities. The two could interchange impressions of danger, comfort, pleasure, discomfort, fear, and appreciation of each other's company, but little more. Whether or not the creature could understand his thoughts, he could not tell. As he went on, he reviewed, mentally, the events leading up to his landing here. The sudden appearance on his teleview screen of the face and slim shoulders of a girl, her attractiveness, plainly distinguishable through her helmet, For a moment, he forgot he disliked women. The call for help cut short, but not before he had learned that apparently she was being held prisoner on asteroid Moira. He knew he'd have to do what he could, even if it meant unwanted company for an indefinite length of time. The spell was gone soon after her face vanished. He remembered former experiences with attractive-looking girls. Damn traditions. A change in his course and a landing on asteroid Moira. Here he'd found a honeycomb of caves, all leading from one large main tunnel. The cavern walls had been of translucent, quartz-like substance, ranging in color from yellowish brown to violet gray. It looked vaguely familiar, yet he could not place it. There was not time to examine it more carefully. The room in which he'd found the evil hungry lake had been the first one to his right. Now he crossed the opening in the opposite wall. The mouth of this cave was much larger, wider than the other. He stood in the opening, slowly swung the beam of his torch around the smooth walls, still holding Digger, who, by now, was indicating that he'd like to be set down. Nat released him unthinkingly, his mind fully taken up with what the light revealed. Spaceships. The room was packed with them, all sizes, old and new. A veritable sargasso. At first, he thought they might be craft belonging to nameless inhabitants of this world, but, as he approached them, he recognized terrestrial identifications. The first was a scout ship of American Spaceways. Nat recognized the name, Ceres, remembered a telecast account of its disappearance in space. There was a neat little reward for information as to its whereabouts. Nat's lips curled in derision. It wouldn't equal the expense of his journey out here. There was a deep groove in the smooth material of the floor where the ship had been dragged through the doorway into the room. What machines could have done this work without leaving their own traces? He went to the other ships. All were small, mostly single or two-passenger craft. The last entry in the logs of many was to the effect that they were about to land on the asteroid Moira to rescue a girl held captive there. None had crashed. All ships were in perfect order, but all were deserted. Two doors were gone from the interior of one of the vessels. They might have been removed for any of 100 reasons, but why here? Nat's glance swept the room, came to rest on the figure of a heavy-duty robot of familiar design. Semi-human in form, it looked like some misshapen, bent, headless giant. He inspected it. Mayer's Robot, Inc., Earth designed for mining operations on Mars. Well, Digger, I can see now how these ships were brought in here. That robot could move any one of these with ease, but that doesn't explain where the humans have gone. It might be space pirates using this asteroid for a base, or it might be some alien form of life. We're still free. Shall we beat it, or stay and try to check this out? He did not know how much of this got over to the Space Hound, but the impressions he received in answer were those of approving their remaining where they were. I suppose the best system is to explore the rest of the caves in order. Let's go. Followed by Digger, he walked quietly toward the next cave on the left, slipped through the doorway, and, standing with his back against the wall, swung the light of his torch in a wide, swift arc about the room. Halfway around, he stopped abruptly. A slim, petite figure appeared clearly in the searchlight's glare. The girl he had seen on the televisor stood in the middle of the room, facing a telecaster, her back toward him. She did not seem aware of him as he moved forward. What could be wrong? Surely that light would arouse her. The figure did not turn as he approached. So near was he now that he could seize her easily. Still she made no move. Nat stepped to one side, flashed his torch in her face. Her beautifully lashed eyes stared straight ahead unblinkingly. The expression on her lovely, composed face did not change. A robot. He laughed bitterly. But then, he was not the only one. She was an Earth product. Nat opened her helmet and found the trademark of Spurgeon's robots hung like a necklace about her throat. But whoever had lured him here easily could have removed her from one of the vessels in the front cave. It did not seem like the work of pirates, more likely unknown intelligent beings. He turned to examine the televisor. It too was an Earth product. The mechanism was of old design. Evidently, it had been taken from the first of the ships to land here. Outside of the Telecaster and the solitary robot, there was nothing to be seen in this cave. A sound behind him. He whirled, heat rod poised for the swift stabbing action. Nothing. Except small bowling ball things rolling in through a narrow door. Ridiculous things of the same yellowish quartz material as composed the cave walls. At regular intervals, a dull bluish light poured forth from rounded holes in their smooth sides. And issuing forth from within these comic globes was the same weird, compelling music he had heard before. They rolled up to him, brushed against his toes. A shrilling in his brain told him that Digger was aware of them. Back, Digger, he thought as he drew away from the globes. They poured their penetrating blue light over him, inspectingly, while the music from within rose and fell in regular cadences, sweetly impelling and dulling to the senses as strong oriental incense. But Digger was not soothed. The spacehound lunged at one of the globes. Instead of slashing its sides, he found himself sailing through the air toward it. Nat received impressions of irritation combined with astonishment. Within the globes, the music rose to a furious whine, while one of the things shot forth long tentacles from the holes in its side. Lightning swift, they shot forth, wrapped themselves around the body of the spacehound, constricting. Digger writhed vainly, his claws powerless to tear at the whip-like tentacles. Nat severed the tentacles at their base with the heat beam. He turned, strode toward the door, watching the spheres apprehensively out of the corner of his eye, ready to jump aside should they roll toward him suddenly. But they followed at respectful distances, singing softly. Before he reached the door, he found himself walking in rhythm to the music, his head swaying. It came slowly, insidiously. Before he was aware, his body no longer obeyed his will. Muscles refused to move other than in coordination with the music. His arm relaxed, the heat rod sliding from his grasp. But Digger! The spacehound sent out a barrage of vibrations that fairly rocked his brain out of his skull. Simultaneously, the beast attacked the nearest globes, tearing fiercely at them. Rapidly, the others rolled away, but two lay torn and motionless, the music within them stilled. Nat reached down, retrieved the heat rod. I think we'd better look for a squeaker. Next time, they might get you, Digger. They returned to the room of the spaceships, seeking one of the small, portable radio amplifiers used for searching out radium. It was known as a squeaker because of the constant din it made while in use. The noise would cease only when the radium was within 100 feet of the mechanism. He found one after searching a few of the smaller ships. With the portable radio strapped to his back, power switched on, he started again down the main tunnel. The globes set up their seductive rhythms as before, but he could not hear them above the discord of his squeaker. Failing to lure him as before, they sought to force him in the direction they desired him to go by darting at him suddenly, lashing him with their tentacles. But it was a simple thing to elude him. Still remained the question, why could they want to lure him into that stinking pool of acid? He flashed a beam of heat at the nearest of the annoying globes. Under the released energy, it glowed, yet did not melt. But the tentacles sheared off and the blue light faded. The flow of music changed to shrill whines as of pain as its rolling ceased. The others drew back. He turned down another tunnel. They stopped at the caves beyond the one where he had found the robot girl. It was sealed by a locked door, one of the airlock doors from the space vessel, firmly cemented into the natural opening of the cave. Nat bent forward, listening, his helmeted head pressed against the door. No sound. He was suddenly aware of the dead silence that pressed in on him from all the sides now that the globes no longer sang and his squeaker had been turned off. The powerful energy of his heat beam sputtered as it melted the lock into incandescent droplets which sizzled as they trickled down the cold metal of the door. The greasy, quartz-like material at the side of the door glowed in the heat from his rod, but no visible effect upon it could be seen. What was that material? He knew, yes, he knew, but he could not place a mental finger on it. He thrust the shoulder of his good arm against the heavy door, swung it inwards, stepped inside. The light of his torch pierced the silence, picked out a human skeleton in one corner. He hurried toward it. No, it was not entirely a skeleton as yet. The flesh and bone had been eaten away from the lower part of the body to halfway up the hips, as though from some strong acid. The rest of the large, sturdy frame lay sunken under the remains of a spacesuit, which was tied clumsily around the middle to retain all the air possible in the upper half of it. Evidently, some acid had eaten away the lower half of the man's body after he had suffocated. The face was that of a Norwegian. By one outstretched hand, a small notebook lay open with the leather back upward. The corners of several pages were turned under carelessly. Nat swung the torch around the room. It was bare. The notebook. Quickly he picked it up. The page on which the writing began was dated on May 10th, 2040, about 2 months ago. Helmar Swenson, my daughter, Helena, aged 19, and I were lured into the maw of this hellish monster by a robot calling for help in our television screen. This thing, known to man as Asteroid Moira, is, in actuality, one of the gigantic mineral creatures which inhabited a planet before it exploded, forming the asteroids. Somehow it survived the catastrophe and, forming a hard crustaceous shell about itself, has continued to live here in space as an asteroid. It is apparently highly intelligent and has acquired an appetite for human flesh. The singing spheres act as its sensory organs, separated from the body and given locomotion. It uses these to lure victims into its stomach in the first cave. I escaped its lure at first because of the squeaker I carried with me. We set up these 2 doors as a protection from these beasts while we stayed here to examine it. But the monster got me when I fell and the squeaker was broken. My daughter rescued me after the acid of the pool had begun eating away my flesh. My Helena is locked in the room opposite this one. She has food and water to last until July 8th. Oxygen seeps in there somehow. The beast wants to keep her alive until it can get her out of the room to devour her. Here the writing became more cramped and difficult to read. I have put the key in my mouth to prevent the spheres from opening the door should they force their way into this room. Someone must come to save my Helena. I can't breathe. The writing ended in a long scrawl angling off the page. The pencil lay some distance from the body. July 8th. But that had been almost a week ago. He unscrewed the man's helmet, tried to pry the jaws open. They would not move. The airless void surrounding the tiny planetoid had frozen the body. Until now, it was as solid as the quartz cave walls. There was but one thing to do. The other door must be melted down. He leaped halfway across the room toward the door in the opposite wall. Could it be possible that he was in time? Anxiously, he flung a bolt of energy from his heat rod toward the lock, holding a flashlight under the other stump of an arm. The molten metal flowed to the door like a rivulet of lava. The door, hanging off balance, screeched open. Air swooshed past him in a sudden escape from the room. He squeezed himself through, peered carefully about to see a slim spacesuit start to crumple forward in a corner. The girl was alive. He started toward her. The slim figure pulled itself erect again. He saw a drawn, emaciated face behind the helmet. Then, with a fury that unnerved him, she whipped out a heat rod, shot a searing bolt in his direction. He felt the fierce heat of it as it whizzed past his shoulder. In his brain, Digger's thoughts of an attack came to him. He flung an arm around the spacehound, dragged it back as he withdrew toward the door. The girl continued to fire bolt after bolt straight ahead, her eyes wide and staring. They made the door, waited outside while the firing within continued. When at last it was still within, he peered around the corner of the room. She lay in a crumpled heap in the corner. Quietly, he re-entered, picked her up awkwardly. Through the thin, resistant folds of the spacesuit, he could feel the warmth of her. but could not tell whether the heart still beat or not. They would have to take her to one of the ships. Her limp form was held tightly under his good arm as Nat hurried down the main tunnel. Digger apparently realized that the seriousness of the situation, for he received impressions of "must hurry" from the beast and another creature, looking much like him, surrounded by small creatures of the same type, trapped in a crevice. "Aren't you a bit premature, old fellow?" he chided. Halfway there, the globes met them again. The things were not singing. From their many eyes poured a fierce, angry blue light. They rolled with a determination that frightened him. Yet, he strode on until they were barely a foot away. "Jump, Digger!" The spheres stopped short, reversed their directions toward the little group at a furious rate, flinging out long whip-like tentacles. One wrapped itself around Nat's ankle, drew him down. He shifted the limp form over to his shoulder, slipped out his heat rod. Quickly the tentacle was severed, but now others took their place. He continued firing at them, making each bolt tell, but their numbers were too great. Digger sprang into action, rending the globes with those claws that were capable of tearing the hulls of spaceships. But tentacles lashed around him from the rear, snaked about him so that he was helpless. The girl was slipping off Nat's shoulder. He could not raise the stump of an arm to balance her. It was stiff and useless. He stopped firing long enough to make the shift, even as the spheres attacked again. The bolts had put out the lights in fully half of the marauders, but the others came on unafraid. Nat straddled Digger's writhing body, held the spacehound motionless between his legs. At short range, he seared off the imprisoning tentacles, knowing that it would take far more than a heat bolt to damage the well-nigh impregnable creature. He swooped the dog up under his good arm and fled from the madly pursuing spheres, thanking nameless deities that the gravity here permitted such Herculean feats. The spheres rolled faster. He soon found that he could jump. So long as he was above them, all was well, but by the time the weak gravity permitted him to land, they were waiting for him. He tried zigzagging. Good, it worked. He eluded them up to the mouth of the cave, then jumped for the door of his ship's outer airlock. Nat placed the girl in his bunk, removed the cumbersome spacesuit. Her eyes blinked faintly, then sprang open, but they did not see him. They were staring straight ahead. Her mouth opened and shut weakly as though she were speaking, but no sound issued from it. He brought her water, but when he returned she had fallen asleep. He returned to the kitchen to prepare some food. "You're still running around in that pillowcase," he remarked to Digger as he extracted the spacehound from it. "Attend me now. We know why and how these people disappeared. It would take the space patrol ship at least a month to arrive here. I don't intend to perch on the back of the devil as long as that. And if we leave, old thing, it'll just lure other chivalrous fools to very unpleasant ends. And we've got to get this kid back to civilization. She needs a doctor's care, preferably a doctor with two arms." Digger's vibrations were one of general approval. "We could poison it," he went on, "only I'm not a chemist. Even if I knew the compounds contained in that reeking stomach, I wouldn't know what would destroy them. Might blow it up, but we haven't enough explosive. No, we'll have to get down into the thing's insides again. In fact," he paused suddenly, mouth open. "Congratulate me, Digger. I have it." The smell of burning vegetables cut short his soliloquy. He fed the starved, half-blind girl, then led her sleeping exhaustedly as he squirmed into his suit. No sooner had he entered the mouth of the cave than a half dozen of the singing sensory organs rolled quickly, yet not angrily, toward him. The beast was apparently optimistic, for the globes sang in their most soothing, seductive tones. They tried to herd him into the first cave on the right, but he had remembered the squeaker. They could not distract him. Effortlessly, he leaped over them toward the mouth of the cave on the left. That was where the spaceships lay, pointing in all directions like a carelessly dropped handful of rice. All the ships were in running order. Good. Had there been one vessel he could not move, then all was lost. The fuel in several ran low. but after a few moments of punching levers and pulling chokes, the under rockets thundered in the big room, taking care not to injure the motor compartments of the other ships, using only the most minute explosion quantities. He jockeyed each ship around until all their noses pointed in one direction. The exhaust pointed out through the wide doorway. It was well that the beast had formed curved corners in the room, otherwise the scheme would not have worked. The exhaust, which did not point toward the door directly, were toward the curved walls, which would deflect the forceful gases expelled doorward. When he emerged from the ship, the spheres attacked. He seared off their tentacles throughout what seemed to be eternities. His body was becoming a mass of bruises from the lash of their tentacles. He burned his way through the swarm onto ship after ship. As he stepped from the last vessel, there was a rumbling beneath his feet. Did the monster understand his intent? Was it stirring in its shell? Most of the globes had disappeared. Now a nauseating sweet odor penetrated the screen in his headpiece, which permitted him to smell without allowing the oxygen to escape. He hurried around to the rear of the ship, an apprehensive sickening feeling in the pit of his stomach. A thick jelly-like wave of liquid was rolling over the floor, the reeking, deadly juices from the beast's stomach. If the liquid touched him, it would eat through the heavy fabric, exploding the air pressure from around his body. How was he to escape from the cave? The answer came to him suddenly. Quickly he darted back toward the nearest vessel. Two of the screaming spheres blocked his way. He sent bolt after searing bolt into them, more of a charge than he had given any of the others. The lights in the globes went out, their voices ceased, and they burst into slowly mounting incandescence. Yet they were not consumed by their fire, only glowed an intense white light like that of a lighthouse. Lighthouse! The word flashed through his mind clearly, strongly. They glowed like the zirconia lights of a lighthouse. Why hadn't he recognized the greasy, quartz-like material before? It was zirconia, a compound of zirconium, of course. A silicate-based creature could easily have formed a shell of it about itself. Zirconia, one of the compounds he had intended prospecting for on the moons of Saturn, worth over $100 per pound. Because of its resistance to heat, it was used to line the tubes of rockets. Terra's supply had long been used up. Here was a fortune all around him, but that fortune was about to be destroyed, he along with it, if he did not hurry. If he could only reach the timing mechanism to yank from it the wires connecting it to the other ships. It was at the other end of the line. He started in that direction, but a surge of fatal, thick acid rolled before him, reaching for him with hungry, questing tongue. When it was almost touching his toes, he leaped. As he floated toward the floor, he placed a chair beneath him so that his feet landed on the seat. The legs of the chair sank slowly into the liquid. Again he leaped, his moment retarded by the fluid which now reached halfway up the chair legs, sucked and clung there. The sweetly evil smelling stuff was rising rapidly, but the next leap carried him into the main cave. Abandoning the chair, he leaped once more out through the cave's mouth, pursued by the waving tentacles of the sensory spheres. He had lost precious minutes eluding that deadly acid. It would take at least 5 minutes to get his ship away from the asteroid. He must hurry before all those rocket motors were thrown into action, or it would be too late. Leap and leap again. It seemed ages, but he reached the ship, bolted the door shut. Thumps against the door as pursuing globes ran up against it. A thought came to him. Swiftly he opened the door, permitted a few of them to enter, then slammed it shut. With the heat gun, he sheared off their tentacles. He could sell the zirconia in entities. Then he turned to the controls and the ship zoomed up and out. Nat had barely raised his ship from the asteroid Moira when he saw the small planetoid lurch suddenly, bounding off its orbit at almost a right angle. The sudden combined driving force of all the rockets within the cave had sent it hurtling away like a rocket itself. The asteroid housing the monster was heading into the Flora group of asteroids. There, the 57 odd solid bodies of that group would grind, crack, and rend that dangerous beast into harmless dead fragments. "A good job," said a weak but softly friendly voice behind him. He whirled. The girl stood in the doorway of the pilot room, supporting herself against the doorframe. Digger rubbed thoughtfully against her legs. "We'll just follow that asteroid, miss," he said, "and see if we can't pick up some odd fragment of zirconia when it's smashed against in the grindstone there. Then we'll light out for Terra." She smiled. Earth, to him, seemed like a very good place to go as soon as possible. End of The Beast of Space, a tale of the prospectors of the starways, of dangers, by F. E. Hardart. Recorded by Bryden Jones.
The Bell Tone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alex Clark. The Bell Tone by Edmund H. Lefwich. It is no use. It's too late. The earth. I must dig alone. To whom it may concern, in order to clear up any misunderstanding or false impressions regarding the amazing case of my beloved friend and co-worker, Professor Howard E. Edwards, I submit herewith extracts from the professor's notebook, which I found on the desk. Evans Barclay, B.S., Fellow, IRE. January 25. Last night in my dreams, I was a monstrous ant and had been digging myself a burrow in the soft, fresh earth. The dream was intensely real, and when I awoke, I felt as tired as if I had actually been digging. My arms ached, and I was astonished upon examining my hands to find them raw. Dressing hastily, I rushed to the backyard, and there, sure enough, near the fence was a large hole, about 2 feet deep and 3 feet long. Hurriedly, I filled it in, and returned to the house. I must rest for a few days, as I feel that the intense excitement caused by my investigations is preying too heavily upon my mind. At this time, I feel that I should make a brief summary of my findings in respect to the ants, so that Barclay may go over these notes upon his return from his vacation. First, the ant colony is the source of a powerful bell-like tone which is radiated continuously on 2 wavelengths, 0.0018 meter and 0.00176 meter. This tone acts as a radio beacon and directs the ants to the colony, no matter where they may be located. The 0.0018 meter wave is used by the ants for their clacking conversations, by means of which they communicate with each other and the colony, receiving orders from the directing intelligence, reporting the location of food, and requesting help when needed. The wave 0.00176 meter is used for sending thought images or pictures, which may be sent with the clacking code, or independently. I cannot conceive a more efficient or highly specialized communications system. I must learn their secret, their methods. January 30. This morning, while sitting at the receiver in a semi-doze with the bell tone ringing in my ears, I fell into that state known as daydreaming. Little Nippy, my beloved fox terrier and constant companion, rushed into the laboratory and ran up to me. For a moment my mind went blank. My hands shot out. I grasped the dog around the throat and began to throttle him. I had risen from my chair, and the dog was nearly dead when I slipped and fell, pulling the phone plug out of the receiver. Instantly my mind cleared, and words cannot express the remorse I felt at my inhuman actions. Nippy would have nothing to do with me, and crawled dejectedly from the room, a terrified look in his eyes. I have no explanation for my actions. February 3. The transmitter is ready for operation. I have constructed a pair of metal disc electrodes which clamp tightly to my head and press upon my temples. This device will pick up the thought impulses from my brain, feed them directly into the radio frequency amplifier where they will be amplified, and then radiated in a tight-directed beam. My 2 ants were in their little enclosure under the microscope when I threw the switch to the send position. I pictured myself as I looked as a man and sent the thought, I am a man. Hastily, I threw the switch to the receive position. I looked through the microscope. The ants were lying on their sides. Somehow I felt that the power was too great and had stunned them. Keeping my eye to the microscope, I again threw the switch to send and cut the power in half. Get up, friends. Get up, I thought, as I pictured them rising. Sure enough, the ants slowly regained their feet. They looked about in apparent bewilderment. Back again, in receive position, I was conscious of the thought image. The man! He is the man! The man holds us here. He is killing us. We must kill the man. They gnashed their fierce-looking mandibles. I snapped back to send and thought, no, you must not kill the man. The man will not harm you. He is your friend. He will help you. As I watched, the ants seemed to become less excited. From the larger of the 2 I received the thought, we are dying. The man is killing us with his strong vibrations. We must kill the man. Then a very powerful thought impression burst upon my brain. It seemed to come from the colony 3 feet away. Warning to the man. Stop your thought transmissions at once. Your vibrations are killing us. We want nothing from you. We have everything we need. You will learn nothing from us. You will stop at once. I threw the switch to send. Viewed through the microscope, the 2 ants were lying on their backs, dead to all appearances. What if I don't stop? I sent the thought question. I want to learn the secret of your communication. In return, I will teach you many things. I can't stop now. I changed to receive, and the answer came back. If you do not stop, we will kill you. I turned off the apparatus, but the powerful bell tone continued to pound incessantly into my brain. I laughed. They'd kill me, would they? Those tiny insects, what could they do? Well, let them try, but I'd get what I was after. I would not quit now, with success so near. What if my transmissions did kill a few of them? Of what importance were the lives of a few ants as compared to the advancement of the science of communication? February 9. I found myself digging again in the backyard yesterday. As before, I had been daydreaming, when an overwhelming desire to go outside and feel the cool, moist earth between my fingers and on my face took possession of me. I rushed out into the backyard and began digging feverishly, madly, until finally I fell, exhausted. Then my mind cleared, and I filled in the hole. About half the ants have died, due no doubt to the strength of my radiations. No matter how low I cut the power, they still cannot live but a short time under the force of my transmissions. They have stopped sending thought impressions entirely, and are using only their clacking code signals, which they seem to realize I cannot understand. I feel that they are undertaking some sort of campaign against me. For hours they congregate, closely packed, their antennae stiffly pointed straight up. Their thought currents seem to be flowing into and merging with the bell tone, which grows stronger and more penetrating day by day. In my backyard there are 4 large anthills, and at each hill, curiously, there is no activity except the same mass concentration of the ants. Have they, too, been affected by my radiations and joined forces with the original colony against myself? The bell tone continues to grow stronger. February 11. Mrs. Winslow, the middle-aged widow who comes to clean my house and laboratory twice a week, was here this morning. She is short, dumpy, and inclined to be stout. As she went about her work, I noticed particularly the fat, firm flesh of her neck, just below the jaw. I felt an uncontrollable desire to sink my teeth deep into that flesh and enjoy the taste of the warm, fresh blood. I had actually risen from my chair to accomplish my desire when the telephone rang, and my mind cleared. February 14. I have decided to stop my experiments with the ants. As they refuse to send any more thought impressions, there is nothing further I can learn from them. Somehow I feel that they are gaining a hold upon my mind, and that every time I listen in on the receiver, that hold becomes stronger. I firmly believe that I would have attacked poor Mrs. Winslow, had not the ringing of the phone so opportunely interrupted me. I have sent word for her to stay away, as I cannot trust myself. I keep a box of fresh earth on the table in my laboratory. I often run my hands through it and taste it. It is remarkable how much this soothes my nerves. February 16. It is too late. For 2 days, I have kept my apparatus shut off. I have not so much as looked at the ants, but still that confounded bell tone rings in my ears with all the insistence of African tom-toms. Hour by hour, the tone becomes more penetrating. I cannot sleep, and can eat but little. As a last resort, I destroyed my ant colony. I even went so far as to pour boiling water on the 4 ant hills in my backyard. Still, the bell tone persists. I can stand it no longer. Perhaps if I were to dig again in the yard, in the soothing earth, I could forget. News clipping from Philadelphia Banner. Radio communications engineer dead. Howard E. Edwards, suicide. Philadelphia, February 18. The body of Howard E. Edwards, B.S., Ph.D., member IRE, eminent authority on radio communications, aged 56, was found this morning in the backyard of his residence, 1427 Rains Avenue. The body was almost completely buried in a long narrow hole in the ground. At first, foul play was suspected, but later it appeared that Edwards had dug himself into the ground and died of suffocation, as his nostrils and mouth were filled with dirt. Dr. P. A. Hoffner, who examined the body, found no wounds, stated that Edwards had been dead for about 2 days, and pronounced the death as a clear case of suicide, the strange means employed probably due to an unbalanced mental condition. Elaborate radio apparatus upon which Edwards had been working had been smashed to bits. The Bell Tone by Edmund H. Leftwich. Recording by Alex Clark.
Cat and Mouse by Ralph Williams. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Betsy Bush in Marquette, Michigan, November 2008. Cat and Mouse by Ralph Williams. The warden needed to have a certain very obnoxious pest eliminated, and he knew just the pest eradicator he needed. The Harn first came to the warden's attention through its effect on the game population of an area in World 7 of the warden's sector. A natural ecology was being maintained on World 7 as a control for experimental seedlings of intelligent life forms in other similar worlds. How the Harn got there, the warden never knew. In its free-moving larval state, the Harn was a tick-like creature which might have sifted through a natural interdimensional rift, or it might have come through on a hitchhiker on some legitimate traveler, possibly even the warden himself. In any event, it was there now, free of natural enemies and competition. It had expanded enormously. So far, the effect in the control world was localized, but this would not be the case when the Harn seeded. Prompt action was indicated. The warden's inclination and training was in the direction of avoiding direct intervention in the ecology of the worlds under his jurisdiction, even in the field of predator control. He considered introduction of natural enemies of the Harn from its own world and decided against it. That cure was as bad, if not worse, than the disease itself. There was, however, in one adjacent world, a life form not normally associated with the Harn, but which analysis indicated would be inimical to it, and reasonably amenable to control. It was worth trying, anyway. October 3rd. Ed Brown got up to the base cabin of his trap line with his winter's outfit. He hung an NC Company calendar on the wall and started marking off the days. October 8th. The hole into the other world opened. In the meantime, of course, Ed had not been idle. All summer the cabin had stood empty. He got his bedding, stove, and other cabin gear down from the cache and made the place livable. The mice were thick, a good fur sign, but a nuisance otherwise. Down in the cellar hole, when he went to clear it out for the new spud crop, he found burrowings everywhere. Well, old Tom would take care of that in short order. Tom was a big black bob-tailed cat 11 years old who had lived with Ed since he was a kitten. Not having any feline companionship to distract him, his only interest was hunting mice. Generally he killed a lot more than he could eat, racking the surplus in neat piles beside the trail, on the doorstep, or on a slab in the cellar. He was the best mouser in interior Alaska. Ed propped the cellar hatch with a stick so old Tom could come and go as he pleased, and went on about his chores, working with a methodical efficiency that matched Tom's, and went with his thinning gray hair and 40 years in the woods. He dug the spuds he had planted that spring. He made a swing around his beaver lakes, tallying the blankets in each house. He took the canoe and moved supplies to his upper cabin. He harvested some fat mallards that had moved down on the river with the coming of skim ice on the lakes. He bucked up firewood and stacked it to move into the camp with the first snow. On the 5th morning, as he was going down to the boat landing with a pail for water, he found the hole into the other world. Ed had never seen a hole into another world, of course, nor even heard of such a thing. He was as surprised as anyone would naturally be to find one not 50 feet from their front door. Still, his experience had been all in the direction of believing what his eyes told him. He had seen a lot of strange things in his life, and one more didn't strain him too much. He stood stock still where he had first noticed the hole and studied it warily. It was 2 steps off the trail to the left, right beside the old leaning birch, a rectangular piece of scenery that did not fit. It looked to be, as nearly as he could judge, about man-size, 6 by 3. At the bottom it was easy enough to see where this world left off and that one began. On the left side the 2 worlds matched pretty well, but on the right side there was a niggerhead in this world, the moss-covered relic of a centuries-old stump, while that world continued level so that the niggerhead was neatly sliced in 2. Also, the vegetation was different, mossy on this side, grassy on that. On up around the hole, though, it was harder to tell. There was no clear-cut line, just the difference in what you could see through it. In the other world the ground seemed to fall away, with low scrubby brush in the foreground. Then a mile or so away there were rising hills with hardwood forests of some kind, still green with summer covering them. Ed stepped cautiously to one side. The view through the hole narrowed, as if it faced the trail squarely. He edged around the old birch to get behind it, and from that side there was no hole. Just the same old Alaskan scenery, birch and rose bushes and spruce. From the front, though, it was still there. He cut an alder shoot about 8 feet long, trimmed it, and poked it through the hole. It went through easily enough. He prodded at the sod in the other world, digging up small tufts. When he pulled the stick back, some of the other world dirt was on the sharp end. It looked and smelled just like any dirt. Old Tom came stretching out into the morning sun, and stalked over to investigate. After a careful inspection of the hole, he settled down with his paws tucked under him to watch. Ed took a flat round can from his pocket, lined his lip frugally with snuff, and sat down on the up-ended bucket to watch too. At the moment that seemed the likeliest thing to do. It was nearly swarming time. The Harn had many things to preoccupy it, but it spared 1 unit to watch the hole into the other world. So far nothing much had happened. A large biped had found the opening from the other side. It had been joined by a smaller quadruped, but neither showed any indication yet of coming through. The sun was shining through the hole, a large young yellow sun, and the air was crisp with sharp, interesting odors. The biped ejected a thin squirt of brown liquid through the hole, venom of some sort, apparently. The Harn hastily drew back out of range. The hole into the other world stayed there, as unobtrusively fixed as if it had been there since the beginning of time. Nothing came through, and nothing moved in the other world but leaves stirred now and then with the breeze, clouds drifting across the sky. Ed began to realize it was getting late in the morning, and he had not yet had breakfast. He left old Tom to watch the hole, got stiffly to his feet, and went on down the trail to get the pail of water he had started for. From the cabin door he could still see the hole into the other world. He kept one eye on it while he cooked breakfast. As he was finishing his second cup of coffee, he noticed the view into the other world becoming duller, dimming in a peculiar fashion. He left the dirty dishes and went over to look more closely. What was happening, he found, was just that it was getting dark in the other world. The effect was strange, much like looking out the door of a brightly lighted room at dusk. The edges of the hole cast a very clearly marked shadow now, and outside this shaft of sunlight the view faded, until a few yards away it was impossible to make out any detail. Presently the stars came out. Ed was not an astronomer, but he had a woodsman's knowledge of the sky. He could find nothing familiar in any of the stars he saw. In some way, that was more unsettling than the hole itself had been. After he had finished the dishes, he cut 2 G-pole spruce, trimmed them, and stuck one on each side of the hole. He got some thin thread he used to tie beaver snares, and wove it back and forth between the poles, rigging a tin can alarm. It seemed likely someone or something had put the hole there. It had not just happened. If anything came through, Ed wanted to know about it. Just to make sure, he got some No. 3 traps and made a few blind sets in front of the hole. Then he went back to his chores. Whatever was going to happen with the hole would happen when it happened, and winter was still coming. He set some babbage to soak for mending his snowshoes. He ran the net he had set at the edge of the eddy for late silvers and took out 2 fish. Old Tom had pretty well cleaned up the mice in the cellar hole, but they were still burrowing around the sills of the lean-to. Ed took a shovel and opened up a hole so Tom could get under the lean-to floor. He got out his needles, palm, thread, and wax and mended his winter moccasins. Off and on, he checked the hole into the other world. There was nothing but the slow progression of alien stars across the sky. Finally, old Tom grew bored and left to investigate the hole under the lean-to. Shortly there were scutterings and squeakings as evidence that he, too, had got back to business. Toward evening, Ed got to wondering how a living creature would take transition into the other world. He had no intention of trying it himself until he knew a lot more about it, but he thought he might be able to scare up a surrogate. Out by the woodpile some live traps were piled under a spruce, from the time when Ed had been catching marten for the Fish and Wildlife to transplant. One was still in pretty fair shape. He patched it up and set it among the cottonwoods at the head of the bar, where there were some rabbit trails. When he went to bed it was still dark in the other world. He left the cabin door ajar so he could see it from his bed, and set his shotgun, loaded with double-aught buck, handy. Nearing 60, Ed was not a sound sleeper, even when he had nothing on his mind. About 10 it started to get light in the other world, and that woke him up. He padded out to look, but there was no change. It looked about the same as yesterday. He went back to bed. The next morning there was a rabbit in the live trap. With a pole, Ed pushed the trap with the rabbit in it through into the other world and watched. Nothing happened. After a while the rabbit began nibbling at some spears of grass that pushed through the wire of the cage. Ed pulled it back and examined the rabbit carefully. It seemed healthy, and about as happy as a rabbit could expect to be in a cage. It did not get dark in the other world till about noon that day, and about 7, when it was dark in both worlds, Ed heard the jangle of the tin can alarm, followed by the snap of one of the steel traps. He took a flashlight and found a small hoofed animal, hardly bigger than Old Tom, rearing and bucking with a broken leg in the trap. It had sharp little spike horns, only a few inches long, but mean. Ed got several painful jabs before he could get the animal tied up and out of the trap. He restrung the alarm, then took his catch into the cabin to examine. It was herbivorous and adult, from the looks of its teeth and hooves, though it only weighed about 15 pounds. As an approximation, Ed decided it was female. When he killed it and opened it up, at first glance it looked reasonably familiar. On closer study, less so. The blood, anyway, was red, not blue or yellow or green, and the bones were bones, just odd-shaped. Ed cut off a slice of heart and tossed it to Old Tom. The cat sniffed it dubiously, then decided he liked it. He meowed for more. Ed gave it to him and fried a small sliver of ham. It smelled and tasted fine, but Ed contented himself with a single delicate nibble, pending further developments. Anyway, it was beginning to look like a little exploration would be feasible. The Harn also was well satisfied with the way things were going. It had been a strain to pass up the juicy little quadruped in the cage, but the inhabitants of the other world seemed shy, and the Harn did not wish to frighten them. At least it knew now that life could come through the hole, and the small herbivore it had herded through confirmed that passage in the opposite direction was equally possible. Plus, a gratis demonstration of the other world's pitiful defenses. At swarming time, the whole new world would be open to embryo Harn, as well as this world it presently occupied. It looked like a really notable swarming. The Harn budded 3 more planters on the forcing stem, to be ready to take full advantage of it. It got light in the other world at 1 in the morning that night. Ed had the days there pretty well pegged now. They were roughly 27 hours, of which about 13 hours were dark. Not too high a latitude, apparently, and probably late summer by the looks of the vegetation. He got up a little before daylight and looked at the rabbit and Old Tom. Both seemed to be doing nicely. Old Tom was hungry for more otherworld meat. Ed gave it to him and made up a light pack. After some thought, he took the .450 bear gun he used for backup when guiding. Whatever he ran into over there, the .450, a Model 71 throwing a 400-grain slug at 2100 FPS, should handle it. The first step through into the other world was a queasy one, but it turned out to be much the same as any other step. The only difference was that now he was in the other world, looking back. From this side, the niggerhead at the threshold was sliced sharply, but it had been kicked down a little when he came through, and what with shoving the cage through and pulling it back, so that some clods of moss and dirt were scattered in the other world. For some reason, that made Ed feel better. It seemed to make the joining of the two worlds a little more permanent. Still, it had come sudden, and it might go sudden. Ed went back into his own world and got an axe, a saw, more ammunition, salt, a heavy sleeping robe, a few other possibles. He brought them through and piled them in the other world, covering them with a scrap of old tarp. He cut a couple of poles, peeled them, and stuck them in the ground to mark the hole from this side. Then he looked around. He stood on the shoulder of a hill in a game trail that ran down toward a stream below, in what seemed to be a fairly recent burn. There were charred stumps, and the growth was small stuff, with some saplings pushing up through. There was timber in the valley below, though, and on the hills beyond, deciduous, somewhat like oak. South was where east had been in his own world, and the sun seemed smaller but brighter. The sky was a very dark blue. He seemed lighter in this world. There was a spring in his step he had not known for 20 years. He looked at his compass. It checked with the direction of the sun. He studied the trail. It had seen a lot of use, but less in recent weeks. There were sharp hoof prints of the animal he had caught, larger hoof prints, vague pad marks of various sizes, but nothing that looked human. The trail went under a charred tree trunk, at a height that was not comfortable for a man, and the spacing of the steps around the gnarled roots of an old slump did not fit a man's stride. He did not notice the harned creature at all, which was understandable. It was well camouflaged. He worked circumspectly down the trail, staying a little off it, studying tracks and droppings, noticing evidences of browsing on the shrubs, mostly old, pausing to examine tufts of hair and an occasional feather. Halfway down the slope he flushed a bird about ptarmigan size, grayish-brown in color. The trail was more marked where it went into the timber. It wound through the trees for a few hundred yards and came out on a canoe-sized stream. Here it forked. One trail crossed the stream and went up the hill on the other side. The other followed the stream up the valley. The Harn followed Ed's movements, observing carefully. It needed a specimen from the other world, and this biped would serve nicely. But it might as well learn as much as possible about him first. It could always pick him up some time before he returned to his own world. Just to make sure, it sent a stinging unit to guard the entrance. All his life, except for a short period in France, Ed had been a hunter, never hunted. Still, you don't grow old in the woods by jumping without looking. Coming into a new situation, he was wary as an old wolf. There was a little shoulder right above the fork in the trail. He stood there for a few minutes, looking things over, and then went down and crossed the stream at the next riffle above the ford. By doing so, although he did not know it, he missed the trap the Harn maintained at the ford for chance passers-by. On the other side of the creek, the trail ran angling off downstream, skirted a small lake hidden in the trees, climbed over another low shoulder, and dropped into a second valley. As Ed followed along it, he began to notice a few more signs of life. Birds, small scurriers on the ground and in treetops, and this set him to thinking. The country had a picked-over feel to it, a hunted and trapped-out feel. Worse where he had first come through, but still noticeable here. The Harn did not like to cross water. It could, but it did not like to. Ed looked at the sun. It was getting down in the sky. If there was any activity at all around here, the ford at dusk would be as likely a place as any to find it. He worked back along the ridge to a point above where he judged the ford to be. The breeze was drawing up the valley, but favoring the other side a little. He dropped down and crossed the stream a quarter-mile above the ford, climbed well above the trail, and worked along the hillside until he was in a position where he could watch both the ford and the fork in the trail. He squatted down against a tree in a comfortable position, laid his gun across his knees, and rummaged in his pack for the cold flapjacks, wrapped around slices of duck breast, which he had packed for lunch. After he had finished eating, he drank from his canteen. The water in this world might be good. It might not. There was no point in taking chances till he could try it on the cat, and took an economical chew of snuff. He settled back to wait. The Harn had lost Ed after he crossed the creek. It used a fallen tree quite a way further up for its own crossing, and did not pick him up again until just before he crossed back. Now, however, he had been immobile for several minutes. This looked like about as good a time as any to make the pickup. The Harn had a stinging unit just about positioned, and it had dispatched a carrier to stand by. After a while, sitting there, Ed began to feel uneasy. The timber was big here, and open underneath, almost park-like. The nearest cover was 50 or 60 yards off to his left, a little tangle of brush where a tree had fallen and let a shaft of sunlight through. It looked possible, but it didn't feel quite right. Still, it was about the only place anything big enough to bother him could hide. The feeling was getting stronger. The back hairs on Ed's neck were starting to stand up now. Without visible movement, or even noticing himself that he was doing it, he let awareness run over his body, checking the position and stiffness of his legs. He had been sitting there quite a while, the balance of the gun across his knees, the nearness of his thumb to the hammer. Thoughtfully, still studying the patch of brush, he spat a thin stream over his left shoulder at a pile of leaves a few feet away. Thinking about it later, Ed could almost have sworn the tobacco juice sizzled as it hit. Actually, this was probably imaginary. The stinging unit was not that sensitive to tobacco, though it was sensitive enough. As the drops splattered it, the pile of leaves erupted with a snuffling hiss like an overloaded tea kettle into a tornado of bucking, twisting activity. Ed's reflexes were not quite as fast as they had been when he was young, but they were better educated. Also, he was already keyed up. Almost as it started, the flurry in the leaves stopped with the roar of his rifle. Fired like that, the heavy gun just about took his hand off, but he did not notice it at the moment. He came erect in a quick scramble, jacking in a fresh round as he did so. The scene took on that strange, timeless aspect it often does in moments of emergency, with a man's whole being focused on the fleeting now. You know, in an academic sort of way, that things are moving fast, you are moving fast yourself, but there seems plenty of time to make decisions, to look things over and decide what has to be done, to move precisely, with minimum effort and maximum effect. Whatever the thing at his feet was, it was out of the picture now. It had not even twitched after the heavy bullet tore through it. There was a stomping rush in the little thicket he had been watching. Ed took 2 long, quick steps to one side to clear a couple of trees, threw up the gun and fired as something flashed across a thin spot in the brush. He heard the whack of the bullet in flesh and fired again. Ordinarily, he did not like to shoot at things he could not see clearly, but this did not seem the time to be overly finicky. There was no further movement in the brush. He stood there several long moments, listening, and there was no further movement anywhere. He eased the hammer down, fed in 3 rounds to replace those he had used, and walked slowly back to the first thing he had shot. At that range, the bullet had not opened up, but it had not needed to. It had practically exploded the creature anyway. The .450 was 2 tons of striking energy at the muzzle. From what was left, Ed deduced a smallish, rabbit-sized thing, smooth-skinned, muscular, many-legged, flattish, mottled to camouflage perfectly in the leaves. There was a head at one end, mostly undamaged since it had been at the end of a long muscular neck, with a pair of glazing beady eyes and a surprisingly small mouth. When Ed pressed on the muscles at the base of the skull, the mouth gaped roundly, and a 2-inch long spine slid smoothly out of an inconspicuous slot just below it. At middling distances, or better, Ed could still see as well as ever, but close up he needed help. He got out his pocket magnifier and studied the spine. It looked hollow, grooved back for a distance from the point. A drop of milky-looking substance trembled on its tip. Ed nodded thoughtfully to himself. This was what had made him uneasy, he was pretty sure. What was the thing in the brush, then? Innocent bystander? He got stiffly to his feet, conscious now of the ache in his wrist that had taken most of the recoil of the first shot, the torn web between the right thumb and forefinger where the hammer spur had bitten in, and walked over to the thicket. The thing in the brush was larger, quite a bit larger, and the bullets had not torn it up so badly. It lay sprawled with 3 of its 8 legs doubled under it, a bear-sized animal with a gaping, cavernous, toothless mouth, out of all proportion to the slender body, which seemed designed mainly as a frame for the muscular legs. It was not quite dead. As Ed came up, it struggled feebly to get up, but one of the heavy slugs had evidently hit the spine, or whatever carried communications to the hindquarters. It fell back, shuddering convulsively, and suddenly regurgitated a small furry animal. Ed stepped back quickly to bring his rifle to bear, but the newest arrival was obviously already dead. He turned his attention back to the larger animal. It, too, was dead now. There was an obvious family resemblance to the smaller one he had shot in the leaves. Both were smooth-skinned, many-legged, and now that he looked closely, he could see that one had two mouths, a small one just under the nostrils, purse-lipped and tiny in its huge face, but quite like that of the other creature. Neither looked even remotely like anything he had ever seen before. He laid down his rifle and took out his knife. 10 minutes later he knew quite a bit about the thing, but what he knew did not make much sense. In the first place, its blood was green, a yellowish, pussy green. In the second place, the larger mouth, complete with jaws and impressive musculature, opened not into a digestive system, but into a large, closed pouch, which comprised most of the animal's torso. There was no proper digestive system at all, only a rudimentary gut, heavily laced with blood vessels, terminating at one end in the small second mouth, at the other in an even smaller anus. Otherwise, the thing had no insides except a good pair of lungs and a stout heart. None at all. Bone, muscle, lung, heart, plus the ridiculously inadequate gut. That was it. What about the small furry animal, then? The one the other had been carrying in its pouch. There was nothing much out of the way about it. A feline sort of carnivore, something like a marten. The fur looked interesting, and he skinned it, casing the hide. On the left ham, the skin was punctured and there was a swollen bluish area, about the sort of wound that would be made by the fang of the first thing he had shot. Ed squatted back on his heels, studying it and putting two and two together. What two and two made was pretty hard to believe, but it fitted the evidence. He wiped his knife carefully on the grass, put it back in its sheath, and got to his feet. Suddenly, the feeling that he was not alone recurred. He looked quickly around. Back where he had shot the first thing, a man in forest green whipcord trousers and jacket was leaning over, hands on knees, looking at the remains. The man looked up and met Ed's eyes. He nodded casually and walked over to the second thing, prodded it with his toe. After a long moment he nodded again to Ed, smiled briefly, and winked out. Ed stared at the empty air where the other man had been, mouth open. It was just a little too much. A lot of things had happened to him in the last few days. He had been able to take most of them more or less as they came along. But after all, he wasn't a chicken any more. He was pushing 60, and there is a limit to what a man should have to put up with at that age. The thought of his snug cabin, with a good fire going, moose meat bubbling in the pot, the gas lantern hissing, and the bottle of Hudson's Bay rum he had tucked under the eaves against just such an occasion as this, was suddenly very appealing. Besides, it was getting late, and he didn't think he cared to be stumbling around this world in the dark. He elbowed his pack up, hooked the left shoulder strap, and headed for home, staying off the trail in ordinary caution and watching his footing, but moving pretty fast just the same. Actually, he need not have been so careful. The Harn had been surprised and shocked by the explosive violence of the man's reaction to a routine harvesting maneuver. It was a relatively young Harn, but it retained memories of its own world, where there were also nasty, violent things which killed Harn. It was not pleasant to think that it might have evoked some such monster in this hitherto peaceful place. Then, to top that, there had been the sudden appearance of the warden. The Harn, of course, saw the warden not as a man, but in its true aspect, which was not at all friendly. All in all, this did not seem the moment to start any new adventures. The Harn pulled in all its mobile units, including the stinger it had left at the hole into the other world. It huddled protectively together in its nest, considering these new developments. By 10 that evening, Ed, in conference with old Tom and the bottle of Hudson's Bay, had done considerable hard thinking, pro and con. Of course, he didn't have to go into the other world, just because the hole was there. He could block it off, seal it up with timbers, and forget it. He sat there and thought about this, absently smoothing the strange fur on his knee. For an old-timer like himself, things weren't too hot in this world. Fur didn't bring much of a price any more, and he couldn't get it in as he had when he was younger. His wants were simple, but there was a certain rock-bottom minimum he had to have. Too, the winters were starting to bother him a little. The arthritis in his hands was getting worse every year. Times he hardly had the strength in his left hand, which was the worst, to hold an axe. Another 5-10 years, and it would be the pioneer's home for him. If he did not get stove up or sick sooner, and die right here in the cabin, too helpless to cut wood for the fire. He had helped bury enough others, bed and all, when they didn't come down the river at break-up and somebody had to go up and look for them, to know it was possible. The other world was milder. It had game and fur. Good fur, too, from the looks of it. Something new that could lick any mutation or synthetic on the market. And the income tax had still left a few fellows who could pay through the nose to see their women look nice. And the country was new. He'd never thought he'd have a crack at a new country again. A new, good country. Often he'd thought how lucky people had been who were born 150 years ago, moving into an easy, rich country like the Ohio or Kentucky when it was new, instead of the bitter North. The Harn would be a nuisance. Ed did not think of it as the Harn, of course, but just as they. But he supposed he could find a way to clean them out. A man generally could, if varmints got troublesome enough. And the man in forest green whipcord, well, he could have been just an hallucination. Ed did not really believe in hallucinations, but he had heard about them, and there was always a first time. Ed sighed, looked at the clock, measured the bottle with his eye, still better than 3/4 full. All in all, he guessed, he'd leave the door into the other world open. He put old Tom out and went to bed. The first order of business seemed to be to get better acquainted with the Harn. The first thing in the morning he set about it. He took the rabbit out of the live box and tethered it in a spot in the other world close to the hole, where raw earth had been exposed by a big blowdown, sweeping the ground afterwards to clear it of tracks. Getting better acquainted with the Harn, though, did not mean he had to have it come in and crawl in bed with him. Before going to bed the night before, he had set half a can of snuff to steep in some water. He loaded a bug gun with this and sprayed the ground around the hole into the other world. From the reaction yesterday, he judged the stinging units did not like tobacco juice, and this should discourage them from coming through. He checked his bear snares and found 3 in good enough shape to satisfy him. The large Harn beast, he suspected, would be about like a grizzly to hold. 3 would hardly be enough for a serious trapping program. Ed made his own snares from old aircraft control cable, using a lock of his own devising which slid smoothly and cinched down tight and permanently. He got out his roll of wire and box of locks and started making up some more, sitting where he could watch the rabbit he had staked out. By the middle of the afternoon the snares were done, but there had been no action with the rabbit, nor was there for the rest of the day. In the morning, though, it was gone. There were 3 new sets of tracks in the bare spot, 2 smaller ones, either of which would have fitted the stinging unit, and what looks like a carrier's. The action was clear enough. The small things had prowled around the rabbit for some time, stopping frequently as if uncertain and suspicious. Finally, one had moved in with a little flurry of action when it met the rabbit. Then it had moved back and squatted again. The big tracks came directly to the rabbit and went right out again. They were heavy enough to be clear in the grass beyond the bare spot. Ed went back to the cabin and rummaged till he found a pair of snake-proof pants a stateside sport had once given him. Heavy duck with an interlining of woven wire. They were heavy and uncomfortable to wear, and about as useless as wings on a pig in Alaska, where there were no snakes. But they had been brand new and expensive when given to him, and he had put them away, thinking vaguely he might find a use for them some day. It looked like that day might be now. He slipped them on, took his rifle and hunting pack, and set out to follow the animal that had taken the rabbit. The trail showed well in the morning dew, going straight away along the hillside as if the thing were headed someplace definite. Ed followed along for a quarter-mile or so, then found himself on a fairly well-beaten path, which presently joined another, and then another, till it was a definitely well-used trail. It began to look to him like the thing might have a den of some sort, and he might be getting pretty close to it. He left the trail and climbed up into a lone tall tree, fire-scorched but still struggling for life. From there he could follow the trail pretty well with his glasses for a couple of 100 yards before he lost it. Finally he settled on a spot under an old burnt stump as a likely spot for the den. He focused the glasses carefully, and after a few minutes saw a flash of movement there, as if something had slipped in or out. Nothing else happened for about an hour. Then the grass along one of the trails began to wave, and a large beast, similar to the one he had shot, trotted into sight. It slipped in under the stump and disappeared. For the rest of the morning nothing went in or out. There was a very good reason for this, and Ed was it. All night and day after he shot the stinging unit and the carrier unit, the Harn had stayed in its nest. By the second evening it was getting hungry. It ventured out and found a few morsels, but the organized hunting network it ordinarily maintained had been disrupted. It had lost track of things, and the pickings were poor. Then it stumbled on the rabbit Ed had staked out. Its first impulse was to leave the rabbit strictly alone. In spite of its early promise, the other world had so far given nothing but trouble. On the other hand, the rabbit was meat, and very good meat by the smell and looks of it. The Harn kept its observation unit prowling irresolutely around the target for half the night before it finally gave in to appetite and sent in a stinger to finish the rabbit off, a carrier to pick it up. It was still uneasy about this when it noticed Ed near the nest the next morning, confirming its fears. It promptly broke up the net it had been re-establishing and pulled all units back in. Maybe if it left him strictly alone, he might still go on about his business, whatever that was, and let the Harn go back to its harvesting. By noon, Ed was getting pretty stiff sitting in the tree. He climbed down and eased over toward the stump, watching where he set his feet. He was pretty sure the snake-proof pants would stop the stingers, but he saw no point in putting them to the test until he had to. About 50 yards away he got a good view, and it did look like there might be a sizable hole under the stump. He studied it carefully with the glasses. There was a smooth-beaten mound in front, and exposed roots were worn slick. As he got closer, he noticed an unpleasant smell, and near the mouth of the den he got a sudden whiff that almost gagged him. A sour, acid, carrion stink like a buzzard's nest. He moved back a little. The hole was wide and fairly high, 2 or 3 feet, but too dark to see back into. Still, he had a sense of something stirring there not too far back. Ed had considerable respect for caves and dens with unseen occupants. He had once helped carry in the bodies of 2 men who had poked a stick into a spring grizzly's den. At the same time, he wanted pretty badly to know what was in there. He suspected there was a good deal more than what he had already seen. The bug gun loaded with tobacco juice was in his pack, and a flashlight, a small light one designed for a lady's purse, which he always carried when away from camp. He got them out and leaned his rifle against a root sticking out just at the left of the den. Taking the bug gun in his left hand and the flashlight in his right, he stooped over to shine the light in, keeping as well clear of the entrance as possible. All in all, he must have got about a 5-second look, which is a lot longer than it sounds when things are happening. His first impression was a jumble, eyes, scurrying movement, and bulk. Then things started to shape up. About 10 feet back from the entrance was a huge, flattish, naked, scabrous bulk, pimpled with finger-sized teats. Clustered around and behind this were a tangle of slinging units, carrier units, observation units. Some had their mouths fixed to teats. For a long second or two the scene stayed frozen. Then the front edge of the bulk split and began to gape. Ed found himself looking down a manhole-sized gullet into a shallow puddle of slime with bits of bone sticking up here and there. Toward the near end, a soggy mass of fur that might have been the rabbit seemed to be visibly melting down. At the same moment, the tangle of lesser monsters sorted themselves out and a wave of stingers came boiling out at him. Ed dropped the flashlight, gave 2 mighty pumps of the bug gun, and jumped clear of the entrance. For a moment, the den mouth boiled with stingers, hissing and bucking in agony. Ed sprayed them heavily again, snatched up his rifle, and ran, looking back over his shoulder. The stingers showed no inclination to follow, though. The tobacco juice seemed to be keeping them well occupied for the moment. Halfway home, Ed had to stop and rest for a moment while he took a spell of shuddering and gagging as a sudden picture of the slimy gullet came into his mind, with Ed Brown laying where the rabbit had been, melting down into a stinking soup of bones and gobbets of flesh. When he got to the hole, his arrangement of tin cans, traps, and tobacco juice no longer looked nearly as secure as it had. He got his axe and cut 2 stout posts, framing the hole, built a stout slab door, and hung it from them. Then he drove stakes close together at the threshold to foil any attempts to dig under, and trimmed a sill tight to the door. His feeling in this matter, as it happened, was sound. The Harn was beginning to develop a strong dislike for Ed Brown. 3 of its stinging units were dead, and most of the rest were in poor shape, thanks to the tobacco spray. It had got a little whiff of the stuff itself, not enough to do any serious damage ordinarily, but right now, so close to swarming time, Ed was going to have to go. So far in this world, the Harn had needed only the 3 basic types of mobile units. There were other standard types, however, for dealing with more complicated situations. As it happened, a couple of carrier embryos were at just about the right stage. With a little forcing, they could be brought on in not too long a time. Meanwhile, the Harn would do what it could with the material available. When Ed came through the next day to set his snares, the Harn was prepared to test his snake-proof pants. They held, which was disconcerting to the Harn, but it was a hard creature to convince, once thoroughly aroused. Ed was not too sure of how well the pants would stand up to persistent assaults himself. After the 3rd ambush, he took to spraying suspicious-looking spots with tobacco juice. He shot 2 more stingers in this way, but it slowed him up quite a bit. It took him all day to make 4 sets. In the next 3 days, he made a dozen sets and caught 2 carriers. Then, the 4th day, as he adjusted a snare, a seeming root suddenly came to life and slashed at his hand. He was wearing gloves to keep his scent from the snares, and the fang caught the glove and just grazed the ball of his left thumb. The hatchet he had been using to cut a toggle was lying by his knee. He snatched it up and chopped the stinger before it could strike again, then yanked off the glove and looked at his hand. A thin scratch, beaded with drops of blood, showed on the flesh. Unhesitatingly, he drew the razor edge of the hatchet across it, sucked and spat again and again. Then he started for home. He barely made it. By the time he got to the hole, he was a very sick man. He latched the door, stumbled into the cabin, and fell on the bed. It was several days before he was able to be about again, his hand still partly paralyzed. During that time, the situation changed. The Harn took the offensive. Ed's first notice of this was a rhythmic crashing against the cabin. He managed to crawl to where he could see the gate he had built to block the hole into the other world. It was shaking from repeated batterings from the other side. Dragging his rifle with his good hand, he scrabbled down to where he could see through the chinks in the slab door. 2 of the carrier units were there, taking turns slamming their full weight against it. He had built that gate skookum, but not to take something like that. He noted carefully where they were hitting it, then backed up 20 feet and laid the 450 across a log. He let them hit the door twice more to get the timing before he loosed off a shot at the moment of impact. The battering stopped abruptly, and through the chinks he could see a bulk piled against the gate. For a while there was no more action. Then, after a few tentative butts at the door, the battering started again. This time Ed wasn't so lucky. The battering stopped when he fired, but he got an impression that the carrier ran off. He thought he might have hit it, but not mortally. In an hour or so the Harn was back, and it kept coming back. Ed began to worry about his ammunition, which was not unlimited. Ordinarily 2 or 3 boxes lasted him through the winter. He got his .30-06, for which he had a sugar sack full of military ammunition. The light full-patch stuff did not have the discouraging effect of the .450, though, and he had to shoot a lot oftener. Another thing, he wasn't getting any rest, which was bad in his already weakened condition. Every time he dozed off, the battering would start again, and he would have to wake up and snap a few shots through the door. He held pretty much on one spot, not wanting to shoot the door to pieces, but the Harn noticed this and started hitting the door in other places. The second day of the attack, the door came down. It had been pretty shaky for some time, and Ed had got the cabin ready for a siege, filling butter kegs with water and nailing up the windows. As the Harn poured through, he shot several and then broke for the cabin. A carrier ran at him full tilt, bent on bowling him over. Once off his feet, he would have been easy meat for one of the stingers. He sidestepped, swung his shotgun up in one hand, he had kept it handy for the close fighting, and blew the carrier's spine in half. He had to kick it aside to slam the cabin door. For a few minutes, then, things were pretty hectic. Ed went from one to another of the loopholes he had cut, blasting first with a shotgun as the Harn crowded around, then using the .30 as they grew more cautious. After the first rush, it was obvious to the Harn that the cabin was going to be a tough nut to crack. On the other hand, there was no rush about it either. Necessarily, it had let its hunting go the last several days while it concentrated on Ed. It was pretty hungry, and it was in rich pickings now. Ed had always kept from disturbing game close to the cabin, partly because he liked to see it around, and partly because he had an idea that some day he might be in a fix where he couldn't travel very well, and would want close meat to hand. The Harn felt no such compunctions. The stinging units spread through the woods, and shortly a steady procession of loaded carriers began to stream back through the hole. Ed picked off the first few, but then the Harn found it could route them up the river trail in such a way that he got only a glimpse as they flashed through the hole. After that he did not hit very many. Ed stopped shooting. He was getting short on ammunition for the .30 now, too. He counted up. There were 18 rounds for the .450, half a box of 220-grain soft point for the .30, plus about the same amount of military stuff, and a handful of shotgun shells. Of course, there was still the .30 Luger with a couple of boxes, and the .22, but they were not much account for this kind of work. He looked at the cabin door. It was stout, built of hewed 3-inch slabs, but it wouldn't last forever against the kind of beating the gate had got. Even if it did, he was going to run out of water eventually. Ed thought about that for a while, sitting at the table staring at the little pile of cartridges. He was going to be run out of here sooner or later. He might as well pick his own time, and now seemed about as good as any, while the Harn was busy exploring and hunting. He sighed and got up to rummage around the cabin. The snake-proof pants had done real good, but he did not trust them entirely. There was some sheet iron laid over the ceiling joists, which he had brought up to make new stoves for his line camps. He got this down and cut it into small pieces. Around the edges he drilled a number of small holes. Then he got out his mending gear and began sewing the plates, in an overlapping pattern, to the legs of the snake-proof pants and to an old pair of moccasins. When he finished, he was pretty well armored as far as his crotch. It was an awkward outfit to move around in, but as long as he was able to stay on his feet, he figured he could be reasonably secure from the stingers. As for the bigger ones, he would just have to depend on seeing them first, and the 450. Next, he needed some gasoline. The fuel cache was under a big spruce about 20 yards from the door. He made the round of his loopholes. There were no Harn in sight. They were apparently ignoring him for now. He slipped out the door, closing it securely behind him, and started for the cache. As he stepped out, a stinger came from under the sill log and lashed at his foot. He killed it with the axe beside the door, saving a cartridge, and went on, walking fairly fast but planting his feet carefully, a little awkward in his armor. He picked up a 5-gallon can of gas, a quart of motor oil, and the 20 feet of garden hose he used for siphoning gas down the bank to the boat. On the way back, another stinger hit him. He kicked it aside, not wanting to set down his load, and it came at him again and again. Just outside the door, he finally caught it under a heel and methodically trampled it to death. Then he snatched open the door, tossed the stuff inside, and pulled it quickly shut behind him. So far, so good. He lashed the gas can solidly to his packboard, slipped the end of the hose into the flexible spout, and wired it tight. Then he cut up an old wool undershirt and wrapped the pieces around miscellaneous junk, old nuts and bolts, chunks of lead line, anything to make up half a dozen packages of good throwing heft. He soaked these in oil and stowed them in a musette bag, which he snapped to the D-rings of the pack. One of the metal plates on his moccasin was hanging by a thread. Probably he had torn it loose in the scuffle at the door. They weren't going to take too much kicking and banging around, he could see, and once he was on his way, it wouldn't be a very good idea to be caught bending over with his bare hands at ground level to fix them. On the other hand, he couldn't be using all his cartridges on the stingers either. He had to save them for the carriers. He thought about this some while mending the moccasins, and decided to take the bug gun. It might not kill the stingers, but it ought to discourage them enough so they wouldn't keep pestering him. With his bad left arm, he had trouble getting the pack on his back. He finally managed by swinging it up on the table first. It was not too much of a load, 40 or 50 pounds, he guessed. Still, shaky as he was, it was about as much as he could manage. He had intended to just try it on for size, but after he got it up, he thought, well, why not now? He picked up the 450, stowed the extra cartridges in his pocket, checked to make sure he had matches, hung the bug gun on his belt, and opened the door. It was just getting dusk, but the other world was in broad daylight. The days and nights were almost completely reversed again. As he stepped through the hole, the first stinger struck. He gave it a good squirt of tobacco juice. It went bucking and twisting off, and he went on, stepping carefully and solidly. Luckily, most of the Harn was foraging in the new world. 2 more stingers ambushed him, but the tobacco juice got rid of them, and he had no serious trouble till he got close to the den. 2 carriers came out and rushed him there. He shot them both, and then killed the stinger that was pecking at his shins. He moved quickly now. He had an idea that in about a minute all hell would break loose. He swung the pack down on the uphill side of the den, wet the musette bag with a quick spray of gas, tossed it over his shoulder, jammed the free end of the hose into the den mouth, and stabbed the can with his knife to vent it. As the gas poured into the den, he lit one of his oil and gas-soaked bombs and ran around in front, lighting one after another from the one in his hand and tossing them into the den. The musette bag caught fire, and he snatched it from his shoulder and tossed it after the bombs. A whoof, and a sheet of flame blew out. About 50 yards away there was a slender popple-like tree. Ed thought if he could make that, he would be reasonably secure while the Harn burned. He ran for it as hard as he could, beating at the flames that had spattered on him from the burning gas, but he never made it. Harn were erupting everywhere. A carrier suddenly came charging out of the brush to his left. While Ed dealt with that one, the Harn played its ace in the hole. The two special units it had been developing to deal with Ed were not quite done yet, but they were done enough to work for the few minutes the Harn needed them. Ed heard a coughing grunt behind him and spun around to see something new crawling out of the flame and smoke at the den entrance. This one was a roughly carrier-shaped creature, but half again as large, built for killing. It had powerful fanged jaws, and its 8 feet were armed with knife-like disemboweling claws, and it came at Ed in a lumbering rush. Another came crawling out after it. Ed shot 4 times, as fast as he could work the action. The heavy slugs did the job, but not quite well enough. With its dying lunge, the thing got to him and tossed him 10 feet like a rag doll. He lit on his bad hand and felt the wrist bones go. As he struggled to get up, digging his elbow in and using one hand, he saw a stinger darting in at him. He had lost both the bug gun and his rifle when the fighting unit swiped him. He swiveled on his hips and kicked the stinger away. Then he saw the second fighting unit coming. He forgot about the stinger. It still might get to him, but if it did, it would be too late to matter. He drew his knife, managed to get to one knee, and crouched there like an old gray rat, stubbly lips drawn back from worn teeth in a grin of pain and rage. This was one he wasn't going to win, he guessed. 10 feet away, the fighting unit suddenly ran down like a clockwork toy. It toppled over, skidded past him under its own momentum, and lay there, kicking spasmodically. Ed glared at it uncomprehendingly. It arched its neck back to almost touch its haunches, stiffened, and was still. Ed looked around. The stinger was dead, too, 3 feet from his shoulder, and half a dozen more, which had been making for him. A cloud of greasy, stinking smoke was rolling out of the den. The Harn was dead. Ed put his knife away and lay back. He did not quite pass out, but things got pretty dim. After a while he got hold of himself and sat up. He was not too surprised to see the man in forest green prodding at the bodies of the fighting units. The stranger looked at the smoke still oozing from the den and nodded approvingly. Then he came over and looked at Ed. He clacked his tongue in concern and bent over, touching Ed's wrist. Ed noticed there was now a cast on it, and it didn't hurt so much. There was also a plastic binding around his ribs and shoulders, where the claws of the first fighter had raked as it tossed him. That was a mighty neat trick, because the rags of his shirt were still buttoned around him, and he was pretty sure it had not been off at any time. The stranger smiled at Ed, patted him on the shoulder, and disappeared. He seemed to be a busy sort of fellow, Ed thought, with not much time for visiting. Ed felt quite a bit better now, enough better to gather up what was left of his gear and start home. He was glad to find old Tom waiting for him there. The cat had taken to the woods when the attack on the gate first started. He didn't like shooting, and Ed had worried that the Harn might have got him. Ed slept till noon the next day, got up, and cooked a dozen flapjacks and a pound of bacon. After breakfast, he sat around for an hour or so drinking coffee. Then he spent the rest of the afternoon puttering around the cabin. He packed away the snake-proof pants, disassembled the flame-thrower, picked up the traps by the hole. Old Tom seemed to have pretty well cleaned up the mice under the lean-to. Ed took his shovel and filled in the hole he had dug for the cat to get at them. He went to bed early. Tomorrow he would take a long hike around the New World, scout out the fur and game, plan his trap line, and pick cabin sites. The next morning, though, the hole into the other world was gone. The posts which had marked it were sheared neatly in half. The remains of the door still hung there, battered and sagging, but it swung open on nothing but Alaska. When Ed stepped through, he found himself standing beside the old leaning birch. He tried it several times before he convinced himself. He walked slowly back toward the cabin, feeling old and uncertain, not quite knowing what to do with himself. Old Tom was over by the lean-to, sniffing and pawing tentatively at the fresh earth where Ed had filled in the hole. As Ed came up, he came over to rub against Ed's leg. They went into the cabin, and Ed started fixing breakfast. End of Cat and Mouse by Ralph Williams.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Bryden Jones, Waikoloa, Hawaii, September 14th, 2008. Cry from a Far Planet by Tom Godwin. The problem of separating the friends from the enemies was a major one in the conquest of space, as many a dead spacer could have testified. A tough job when you could see an alien and judge appearances. Far tougher when they were only whispers on the wind. A smile of friendship is a baring of the teeth. So is a snarl of menace. It can be fatal to mistake the latter for the former. Harm an alien being only under the circumstances of self-defense. Trust no alien being under any circumstances. From Exploration Ship's Handbook. He listened in the silence of the exploration ship's control room. He heard nothing, but that was what bothered him. An ominous quiet where there should have been a multitude of sounds from the nearby village for the view screen's audio pickups to transmit. And it was more than 6 hours past the time when the native, Throon, should have come to sit with him outside the ship as they resumed the laborious attempt to learn each other's languages. The view screen was black in the light of the control room, even though it was high noon outside. The dull red sun was always invisible through the world's thick atmosphere, and to human eyes, full day was no more than a red-tinged darkness. He switched on the ship's outside floodlights, and the view screen came to a bright white life, showing the empty glades reaching away between the groves of purple alien trees. He noticed absently that the trees seemed to have changed a little in color since his arrival. The village was hidden from view by the outer trees, but there should have been some activity in the broad area visible to him. There was none, not even along the distant segment of what should have been a busy road. The natives were up to something, and he knew, from hard experience on other alien worlds, that it would be nothing good. It would be another misunderstanding of some kind, and he didn't know enough of their incomprehensible language to ask them what it was. Suddenly, as it always came, he felt someone or something standing close behind him and peering over his shoulder. He dropped his hand to the blaster that he had been wearing at all times and whirled. Nothing was behind him. There never was. The control room was empty, with no hiding place for anything, and the door was closed, locked by the remote control button beside him. There was nothing. The sensation of being watched faded, as though the watcher had withdrawn to a greater distance. It was perhaps the 100th time within 6 days that he had felt this sensation. And when he slept at night, something came to nuzzle at his mind, faceless, formless, utterly alien. For the past 3 nights, he had not let the blaster get beyond quick reach of his hand, even when in bed. But whatever it was, it could not be on the ship. He had searched the ship twice, a methodical compartment by compartment search that had found nothing. It had to be the work of the natives from outside the ship. Except, why, if the natives were telepathic, did one called Throon go through the very weary pretense of trying to learn a mutually understandable form of communication? There was one other explanation, which he could not accept, that he was following in the footsteps of Will Garrett of Ship 9, who had deliberately gone into a white sun 2 months after the death of his twin brother. He looked at the chair beside his own, Johnny's chair, which would forever be empty, and his thoughts went back down the old bitter paths. The Exploration Board had been wrong when they thought the close bond between identical twins would make them the ideal two-man crews for the lonely, lifetime journeys of the exploration ships. Identical twins were too close. When one of them died, the other died in part with him. They had crossed 1,000 light years of space together, he and Johnny, when they came to the bleak planet that he would name Johnny's World. He should never have let Johnny go up on the slope of the honeycombed mountain, but Johnny had wanted to take the routine record photographs of the black, tiger-like beasts, which they had called cave cats, and the things had seemed harmless and shy, despite their ferocious appearance. "I'm taking them a sack of food that I think they might like," Johnny had said. "I want to try to get some good close-up shots of them." 10 minutes later, he heard the distant snarl of Johnny's blaster. He ran up the mountainside, knowing that he was already too late. He found 2 of the cave cats lying where Johnny had killed them. Then he found Johnny at the foot of a high cliff. He was dead, his neck broken by the fall. Scattered all around him from the torn sack was the food that he had wanted to give to the cats. He buried Johnny the next day, while a cold wind moaned under a lead-gray sky. He built a monument for him, a little mound of frosty stones that only the wild animals would ever see. A chime rang, high and clear, and the memories were shattered. The orange light above the hyperspace communicator was flashing, the signal that meant the Exploration Board was calling him from Earth. He flipped the switch and said, "Paul Jameson, Exploration Ship 1. The familiar voice of Brender spoke. "It's been a long time since your preliminary report. Is everything all right?" "In a way," he answered. "I was going to give you the detailed report tomorrow." "Give me a brief sketch of it now." "Except for their short brown fur, their natives are humanoid in appearance, but there are basic differences. Their body temperature is cool, like their climate. Their vision range is just from within the visible red on into the infrared. They'll shade their eyes from the light of anything as hot and boiling water, but they'll look square into the ship's floodlights and never see them." "And their knowledge of science?" Brender asked. "They have a good understanding of it, but along lines entirely different from what our own were at the stage of development. For example, they power their machines with chemicals, but there is no steam, heat, or exhaust." "That's what we want to find. Worlds where branches of research unknown to our science are being explored. How about their language?" "No progress with it yet." He told Brender of the silence in the village and added, "Even if Thrun should show up, I could not ask him what was wrong. I've learned a few words, but they have so many different definitions that I can't use them." "I know," Brender said. "Variable and unrelated definitions, undetectable shades of inflection, and sometimes a language that has no discernibly separate words. The Singer brothers of Ship 8 ran into the latter. We've given them up as lost." "The Singers dead?" he exclaimed. "Good God! It's been only a month since the Ramon brothers were killed." "The circumstances were similar," Brender said. "They always are. There is no way the exploration men can tell the natives that they mean them no harm, and the suspicion of the natives grows into dangerous hostility. The Singers reported the natives on the world to be both suspicious and possessing powerful weapons. The Singers were proceeding warily, their own weapons always at hand, but somehow the natives caught them off guard, and their last report was 4 months ago." There was a silence. Then Brender added, "Their ship was the 9th, and we had only 15." He did not reply to the implications of Brender's statement. It was obvious to them all what the end of the plan would be. What it had to be. It had only been 3 years since the 15 heavily armed exploration ships set out to lead the way for Terran expansion across the galaxy, to answer a cry from far planets, and to find all the worlds that held intelligent life. That was the ultimate goal of the plan, to accumulate and correlate all the diverse knowledge of all the intelligent life forms in the galaxy. Among the achievements resulting from that tremendous mass of data would be a ship's drive faster even than hyperspace, the third level drive, which would bring all the galaxies of the universe within reach. And now 9 ships were gone out of 15, and 19 men out of 30. The communication barrier, Brender said. The damned communication barrier has been the cause behind the loss of every ship. And there is nothing we can do about it. We're stymied by it. The conversation was terminated shortly afterward, and he moved about the room restlessly, wishing that it was time to lift the ship again. With Johnny not there, the dark world was like a smothering tomb. He would like to leave it behind and drive again into the star clouds of the galaxy, drive on and on into them. A ghostly echo touched his mind, restlessly, poignantly yearning. He swung to face the locked door, knowing there could be nothing behind it. The first real fear came to him as he did so. The thing was lonely. The thing that watched him was as lonely as he was. What else could any of it be but the product of a mind in the first stage of insanity? The natives came 10 minutes later. The view screen showed their chemically powered vehicles emerge from the trees and roll swiftly across the glades. 4 natives were in it, while a 5th one lay on the floor, apparently badly injured. The vehicle stopped a short distance in front of the airlock, and he recognized the native on the floor. It was Thrun, the one with whom he had been exchanging language lessons. They were waiting for him when he emerged from the ship, pistol-like weapons in their belt and grim accusations in their manner. Thrun was muttering unintelligibly, unconscious. His skin, where not covered by the brown fur, was abnormal in appearance. He was dying. The leader of the 4 indicated Thrun and said in a quick, brittle voice, "Cori fin no dran." Only the one word was familiar, "ko," which meant you and yesterday, and a great many other things. The question was utterly meaningless to him. He dropped his hands a little nearer his blaster, and the leader spoke again, a quick succession of unknown words that ended with a harshly demanded "Crison!" Crison meant now, or very quickly. All the other words were unfamiliar to him. They waited, the grim menace about them increasing when he did not answer. He tried in vain to find some way of explaining to them he was not responsible for Thrun's sickness, and could not cure it. Then he saw the spray of leaves that had caught on the corner of the vehicle when it came through the farther trees. They were of a deep purple color. All the trees around the ship were almost gray by contrast, which meant that he was responsible for Thrun's condition. The cold white light of the ship's floodlights, under which he and Thrun had sat for day after day, contained radiations that went through the violet and far into the ultraviolet. To the animal and vegetable life of the dark world such radiations were invisibly short and deadly. Thrun was dying of hard radiation sickness. It was something he should have foreseen and avoided, and that would not have happened had he accepted old Thrun's pantomimed invitation in the beginning to go with him into the village to work at the language study. There he would have used a harmless battery lamp for illumination, but there was no certainty that the natives were not planning to lay a trap for him in the village, and he had refused to go. It did not matter. There was a complex radiation neutralizer and a cell reconstructor in the ship which would return Thrun to full, normal health in a few hours after he was placed in its chamber. He turned to the leader of the 4 natives and motioned from Throon to the airlock. "Go there," he said in the native language. "Brun!" the leader answered. The word meant no, and there was a determination in the way he said it that showed he would not move from it. At the end of 5 minutes, his attempts to persuade them to take Throon into the ship had increased their suspicion of his motives to the point of critical danger. If only he could tell them why he wanted Throon taken into the ship. But he could not, and would have to take Throon by first disposing of the 4 without injuring them. This he could do by procuring one of the paralyzing needle guns from the ship. He took a step towards the ship and spoke the words that to the best of his knowledge meant, "I come back. Festwin ilit kla." Their reply was to snatch at their weapons in desperate haste, even as the leader uttered a hoarse word of command. He brought up the blaster with the quick motion that long training had perfected, and their weapons were only half drawn when his warning came. "Bron!" They froze, but did not release their weapons. He walked backward to the airlock, his blaster covering them, the tensely waiting manner in which they watched his progress telling him that the slightest relaxation of his vigilance would mean his death. He did not let the muzzle of the blaster waver until he was inside the airlock and the outer door had slid shut. He was sure that the natives would be gone when he returned. And he was sure of another thing, that whatever he said to them, it was not what he had thought he was saying. He saw that the glade was empty when he opened the airlock again. At the same time, a bomb-like missile struck the ship just above the airlock and exploded with a savage crash. He jabbed the close button, and the door clicked shut barely in advance of 3 more missiles which hammered at the impervious armor. So that, he thought wearily, is that. He laid the useless needle gun aside. The stage was past when he could hope to use it. He could save Throon only by killing some of the others, or he could lift the ship and leave Throon to die. Either action would make the natives hate and fear Terrans, a hatred and fear that would be there to greet all future Terran ships. That was not the way a race gave birth to the peaceful galactic empire, was not the purpose behind the plan, but always, wherever the exploration men went, they encountered the deadly barrier, the intangible, unassailable communication barrier. With the weapons an exploration man carried in his ship, he had the power to destroy a world, but not the power to ask the simple questions that would prevent fatal misunderstandings. And before another 3 years had passed, the last exploration man would die. The last exploration ship would be lost. He felt the full force of hopelessness for the first time. When Johnny had been alive, it had been different. Johnny, who had laughed whenever the outlook was the darkest and said, "We will find a way, Paul." The thought broke, as suddenly, unexpectedly, he felt that Johnny was very near. With the feeling came the soft enclosure of a dreamlike peace, in which Johnny's death was vague and far away, only something that had happened in another dream. He knew, without wondering why, that Johnny was in the control room. A part of his mind tried to reject the thought as an illusion. He did not listen. He did not want to listen. He ran to the ship's elevator, stumbling like one not fully awake. Johnny was waiting for him in the control room, alive. Alive. He spoke as he stepped into the control room. "Johnny?" Something moved at the control board, black and alien, standing tall as a man on short hind legs. Yellow eyes blazed in a feline face. It was a cave cat, like the ones that had killed Johnny. Realization was a wrenching shock and a terrible disillusionment. Johnny was not waiting for him. Not alive. He brought up the blaster, the dreamlike state gone. The paw of the cave cat flashed out and struck the ship's master light switch with a movement faster than his own. The room was instantly, totally dark. He fired, and a pale blue fire lanced across the room to reveal that the cave cat was gone. He fired again, quickly and immediately in front of him. The pale beam revealed only the ripped metal floor. "I am not where you think." The words spoke clearly in his mind, but there was no directional source. He held his breath, listening for the whisper of padded feet as the cave cat flashed in for the kill, and made a swift analysis of the situation. The cave cat was telepathic and highly intelligent and had been on the ship all the time. It and the others had wanted the ship and had killed Johnny to reduce opposition to the minimum. He himself had been permitted to live until the cave cat learned from his mind how to operate the almost automatic controls. Now he had served his purpose. "You are wrong." Again, there was no way he could determine the direction from which the thought came. He listened again and wondered why it had not waylaid him at the door. Its thought came, "I had to let you see me, or you would not have believed I existed. It was only here that I could extinguish all the lights and have time to speak before you killed me. I let you think your brother was here." There was a little pause. "I am sorry. I am sorry. I should have used some other method of luring you here." He swung his blaster toward what seemed to be a faint sound near the astrogator unit across the room. "We did not intend to kill your brother." He did not believe it and did not reply. "When we first made telepathic contact with him, he jerked up his blaster and fired. In his mind was the conviction that we had pretended to be harmless animals so that we could catch him off guard and kill him. One of us leaped at him as he fired the second time to knock the blaster from his hand. We needed only a few minutes in which to explain, but he would not trust us that long. There was a misjudgment of distance and he was knocked off the cliff." Again he did not reply. "We did not intend to kill your brother," the thought came, "but you do not believe me." He spoke for the first time. "No, I don't believe you. You are physically like cats and cats don't misjudge distances. Now, you want something from me before you try to kill me too. What is it?" "I will have to tell you of my race for you to understand. We call ourselves the Varn, in so far as it can be translated into a spoken word. And we are a very old race. In the beginning, we did not live in caves, but there came a long period of time, for thousands of years, when the climate on our world was so violent that we were forced to live in the caves. It was completely dark there, but our sense of smell became very acute, together with sufficient sensitivity to temperature changes that we could detect objects in our immediate vicinity. There were subterranean plants in the caves and food was no problem. We had always been slightly telepathic, and it was during our long stay in the caves that our intelligence and telepathic powers became fully developed. We had only our minds. Physical science is not created in dark caves with clumsy paws. The time finally came when we could leave the caves, but it was of little help to us. There was no resources on our world but earth and stone and the thin grass of the plains. We wondered about the universe, and we knew the stars were distant suns because one of our own suns became a star each winter. We studied as best as we could, but we could see the stars only as the little wild animals saw them. There was so much we wanted to learn, and by then we were past our zenith and already dying out. But our environment was a prison from which we could never escape. When your ship arrived, we thought we might soon be free. We wanted to ask you to take some of us with you and arrange for others of your race to stop by on our world, but you dismissed us as animals, useful only for making warm fur coats, because we lived in caves and had no science, no artifacts, nothing. You had the power to destroy us, and we did not know what your reaction would be when you learned we were intelligent and telepathic. A telepathic race must have a high code of ethics and never intrude unwanted. But would you have believed that? He did not answer. The death of your brother changed everything. You were going to leave so soon that there would be no time to learn more about you. I hid on the ship so I could study you and wait until I could prove to you that you needed me. Now I can. Thrun is dying, and I can give you the proper words of explanation that will cause the others to bring him into the ship. Your real purpose, what is it? He asked. To show you that men need the Varn. You want to explore the galaxy and learn. So do the Varn. You have the ships, and we have the telepathic ability that will end the communication problem. Your race and mine can succeed only if we go together. He searched for the true and hidden purpose behind the Varn proposal and saw what it would have to be. The long-range goal. You failed to mention that. Your ultimate aim. I know what you are thinking. How can I prove you wrong now? There was no way for the Varn to prove him wrong, nor for him to prove the treachery behind the Varn proposal. The proof would only come in time, when the Terran-Varn cooperation has transformed Terrans into a slave race. The Varn spoke again. You refuse to believe I am sincere? I would be a naive fool to believe you. It will be too late to save Thrun unless we act very quickly. I have told you why I'm here. There is nothing more I can do to convince you but be the first to show trust. When I switch on the lights, it would be within your power to kill me. The Varn was gambling its life in a game in which he could be gambling the plan and his race. It was a game he would end at the first sound of movement from the astrogator unit across the room. I have been here beside you all the time. A furry paw brushed his face, claws flicked gently but grimly reminding along his throat. He whirled and fired. He was too late. The Varn had already leaped silently away, and the beam found only the bare floor. Then the lights came on, glaring bright after the darkness, and he saw the Varn. It was standing by the control board, its huge yellow eyes watching him. He brought the blaster into line with it, his finger on the firing stud. It waited, not moving or shrinking from what was coming. The translucent golden eyes looked at him and beyond him as though they saw something not in the room. He wondered if it was in contact with its own kind on Johnny's world, and was telling them it had made the gamble for high stakes, and had lost. It was not afraid, not asking for mercy. The killing of it was suddenly an act without savor. It was something he would do in the immediate future, but first he would let it live long enough to save Thrun. He motioned with the blaster and said, "Lead the way to the airlock." "And afterward you will kill me?" "Lead the way," he replied harshly. It said no more but went obediently past him and trotted down the corridor like a great black dog. He stood in the open airlock, the Varn against the farther wall where he had ordered it to stand. Thrun was in the radiation chamber, and he had held his first intelligible conversation with the natives that day. The Varn was facing into the red-black gloom outside the lighted airlock, where the departing natives could be heard crossing the glade. Their thoughts no longer hold fear and suspicion, it said. The misunderstanding is ended. He raised the muzzle of the blaster in his hand. The black head lifted as the golden eyes looked up at him. I made you a promise, he said. I could demand none. I can't stop to take you back to your own world, and I can't leave you alive on this one. With what you've learned from my mind, you would have the natives build the Varn, a disintegrator-equipped space fleet equal to our own ships. We only want to go with you. He told it what he wanted it to know before he killed it, wondering why he should care. I would like to believe you are sincere, and you know why I don't dare to. Trusting a telepathic race would be too dangerous. The Varn would know everything we knew, and only the Varn would be able to communicate with each new alien race. We would have to believe what the Varn told us. We would have to trust the Varn to see for us and speak for us and not deceive us as we went across the galaxy. And then, in the end, Terrans would no longer be needed except as a subject race. They would be enslaved. We would have laid the groundwork for an empire, the Varn Empire. There was a silence, in which his words hung like something cold and invisible between them. Then the Varn asked, very quietly, "Why is the plan failing?" "You already know," he said. "Because of the barrier. The communication barrier that causes aliens to misunderstand the intentions of the exploration men and fear them. There is no communication barrier between you and I, yet you fear me and are going to kill me. I have to kill you. You represent a danger to my race. Isn't that the same reason why aliens kill exploration men?" He did not answer, and his thought came quickly. How does an exploration man appear to the natives of alien worlds? How did he appear? He landed on their world in a ship that could smash it into oblivion. He stepped out of his ship carrying weapons that could level a city. He represented irresistible power for destruction, and he trusted no one and nothing. And in return, he hoped to find welcome and friendship and cooperation. "There," the Varn said, "is your true barrier, your own distrust and suspicion. You yourselves create it on each new world. Now you are going to erect it between my race and yours by killing me and advising the exploration board to quarantine my world and never let another ship land there." Again there was a silence as he thought of what the Varn had said and of what it had said earlier. "We are a very old race." There was wisdom in the Varn's analysis of the cause of the plan's failure, and with the Varn to vanquish the communication stalemate, the new approach could be tried. They could go a long way together, men and Varn, a long, long way. Or they could create the Varn Empire, and how could he know which it would be? How could anyone know, except the telepathic Varn? The muzzle of the blaster had dropped, and he brought it back up. He forced the dangerous indecision aside, knowing that he would have to kill the Varn at once or he might weaken again, and said harshly to it, "The risk is too great. I want to believe you, but all your talk of trust and good intentions is only talk, and my race would be the only one that had to trust." He touched the firing stud as the last thought of the Varn came. "Let me speak once more." He waited, the firing stud cold and metallic under his finger. "You are wrong. We have already set the example of faith in you by asking to go with you. I told you we did not intend to hurt your brother, and I told you we saw the stars only as the little wild animals saw them. The years in the dark caves, you do not understand." The eyes of the Varn looked into his, and beyond him, beautiful, expressionless, like polished gold. "The Varn are blind." End of Cry from a Far Planet by Tom Godwin. Recorded by Bryden Jones, Waikoloa, Hawaii, on September 14th, 2008.
Droozle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mooseboy Alfonso. Droozle by Frank Banta. Jean Lanny could see that his girlfriend, Judy Stokes, thought it was the lamest excuse she had ever heard. If your ballpoint pen won't write as you want it to, your life doesn't stop, she probably was thinking. You just get yourself another pen. You don't call off a marriage. Skeptically, the girl with the long golden red hair pointed at his breast pocket. This Droozle I must see. And who's that other member of the partnership there beside him? An ever-sharp pencil named Blackie? No, that is the other end of Droozle. Permit me to introduce you. Blandly, the tall young artist slid Droozle from his breast pocket, straightened him from his U-shape, and handed his 12-inch pen to her. "A snake!" she shrieked. "What else?" "Why, I thought those ruby eyes were jewels. I must have squeezed right up against him when I kissed you," she cried indignantly. "You did. I felt him squirm a little." "Oh, and here I thought it was your heart beating wildly." "Well, maybe it was. It does that sometimes." "Let's try again, and this time hold your snake behind you." The long-legged girl stood on tiptoe to reach him. "It was your heart beating wildly," she decided a moment later, "which makes me think you might not just be trying to get rid of me by a silly excuse." "Believe me, I'm not," he urged. "Droozle is the key to all my fortunes." "All right, tell me about it. But first, tell me where in the universe you got him." "Oh, that was just after I graduated from art school. I was on my grand tour. We had an unexpected stopover at the Coffin Planetary System. I discovered ballpoint snakes are the chief export of Coffin, too. When we lifted ship, I had acquired my little puppy snake, Droozle." "Is a puppy snake like a puppy dog?" she asked, fascinated. "I mean, do they have their little domestic troubles, such as the calls of nature?" "Oh, he was thoroughly pocket-broken before I acquired him. But he did like his little jokes, and I learned to leave him curled up in a circular ashtray until maturity sobered him." "Well, I should say. You drew sketches with him, didn't you tell me?" He nodded. "At first, he only had one color of ink, red, and if I sketched with him all day, he would commence to look wretchedly anemic. He took 2 days to refill normally. But I could use him again in only 1 day's time, provided I didn't mind the top 3/4 of my pen laying on my arm." "I hope his weight didn't get tiresome," she commiserated, holding in her amusement. "I coped somehow," he answered sturdily. Later he learned, after I squeezed him on the liver a few times just to show him how, to switch to a lovely shade of ochre, which was delightful on pale green or pink paper. "Why, what's the matter, Judy?" "Go on," she choked. "Go, go, go." He beamed. "I write my letters with him, too. Every day I wrote with him, first in red, and then in ochre to give him a rest. He seemed to love to write more than to sketch. He would jump into my hand with tail happily pointed downward as I sat down to my writing desk. And when I later saw his dark green stripes turning pastel and knew that anemia was imminent, and started to lay him down for an earned rest, he would stiffen himself as if to say, 'Oh, come, come, I'm good for half a page yet.' It sounds as though he was a willing worker, but I still can't see why his malfunction makes our marriage impossible. I haven't got to his career as a novelist yet. There lies the heart of the tragedy." "Please proceed to the heart of the tragedy." "It all began when I found him arched up one morning writing by himself. With difficulty, it is true. His first message to the world was, 'I hold that the supine viewpoint is seldom downward.' I don't see how he could stand up on end to write for very long, even with such a magnificent philosophy to bolster him." "What a terrible pun," Jean groaned. "He couldn't stand up very long at first, but I saw he had talent. I gladly learned the skill of holding him upright in a relaxed manner so that he could express himself on paper. In no time at all, he had written what was to be his first sensational, best-selling shocker, Naked bellies in the grass. That does sound sensational. Not for snakes. He neglected to mention his characters were snakes. I Fang You Very Much followed swiftly afterward and was just as successful. Mothers were amused with its lispy title and got it for the children. Sounds like a story with some meat in it. Yes, something you can get your teeth into. However, his next offering, A Snake Pit Full of Love, was by far the topper. It was banned in Boston. You haven't mentioned anything tragic so far, she observed. In fact, you have made a pot of money. Right. After my snake had filed his income tax returns, we still had enough money to purchase this house and to support us for a couple of years. The only trouble is his royalties have stopped coming in, and that money is all used up. I still haven't been able to sell any of my landscape paintings, so we haven't any income, and that's why you and I can't marry for a long time yet, if ever. Her exquisite brows wrinkled with concentration. I don't understand. Has Droozle written himself out? Far from it, answered Jean, seating himself and parking Droozle on his knee. He's writing more than ever. The quality is gone, then? Jean shook his head. No, he's writing superlatively. Then what is the problem, she asked, now thoroughly mystified. He's writing classics, burst out Jean in baffled irritation. He won't write anything else. Easily seeing the approaching catastrophe, I wrote long, persuading essays to him. It was pathetically useless. Proudly he continued to write his Rise and Fall of the Western Plainsmen in a lucid, passionate prose which would evoke an imperishable picture. But in 3,000 pages... I think classics are nice, protested Judy, and one of these days I'm going to read another one. Huskily, Jean told her the worst. Writing classics consumes paper by the ton, and if you ever get your 750,000-word story finished, you must then start shrinking it back to an acceptable 75,000 words. This is a nearly hopeless task. Of course, if you can get it back to 75,000 words, the digest magazines will have no trouble shrinking it to 15,000 words or 15 pictures, and then you get your fingers in the till. He paused, and all hope fled from his face. Droozle won't live nearly long enough to get all of that shrinking done. And in the meantime, that scribbling snake is writing me out of house and home. Are you going to let him get away with it? The girl challenged. I don't know whether I am or not, replied the young artist, looking worried. I thought I had the problem solved at first. He got so sassy when we were arguing about him writing classics that I had no hesitation about applying a pinch of glue to his glittering little extremity. That put him out of the writing business until he came to terms. Well, now, you were enterprising, she approved. It didn't do any good, though, Jean grumbled despondently, bowing his head. He wouldn't bargain, she asked incredulously. He didn't have to. He knew right where the cheese grater was. Ooh, my sentiments exactly. But I don't know what to do with him now. You're all out of ideas? Oh, we could sell this house and move down to Skid Row where the rents are cheap, he flung out airily, but quite plainly worried sick. I've got a much better idea than that, she said cheerfully, getting a pad and pencil from her red handbag. How about giving Droozle this ultimatum? As she wrote, Jean read over her shoulder. Suggest you begin writing fiction pleasing both to you and your master, or we shall be forced to hand you over to the dog catcher. Jean drew back amazed. Why, we would do no such thing. I know it's silly. I'm just negotiating. No, he grumped, ready to be angry with her. He got up and strode around the studio. The dog catcher. We will not lie to that snake. Judy dropped the idea. I've just now thought of another one. Here's an ultimatum we could give him, and mean it too. No more writing until we reach an agreement, or we will take away all his writing paper and reading matter for good. I'd thought of doing that, Jean conceded. But isn't that a monstrous way to treat a literary genius? Not at all, she protested. By taking on a work that will require more time than his lifetime, he is defeating himself. There's that way of looking at it, agreed the artist. All right, Droozle, he called. You heard us talking, and you know we mean it. No more writing until we reach an agreement, or else. Droozle quit writing at once. While the girl and the young artist watched anxiously, Droozle first wandered about uncertainly for a few minutes, and then curled up on a newspaper and went to sleep. He slept all evening. "He has beaten us again," Jean Lenny told Judy Stokes resignedly when she arrived at his studio the following evening. He watched Droozle fascinatingly as the snake moved his restless tail over the margins of newspapers spread on the floor. "He doesn't know yet that I know. I discovered the fraud only by the merest accident." "He isn't writing?" she asked, perusing the newspapers for signs of Droozle's elegant script. "He most certainly is." "Where?" "Look at him!" Jean exclaimed, ignoring her question. "He's doing it again!" Droozle had ceased wriggling for the moment and lay there shaking violently, as though he had malaria. Then the paroxysm passed, and he took up his restless movements again. "The poor genius," mourned Judy. "He must be sick with frustration." "Sick, my eye! That snake has learned to centrifuge part of his blood while it is in his body, so that the hemoglobin is separated out. The result is invisible ink." "Why, I'll tell that Droozle off," raved Judy. "Here I sat feeling sorry for the little crumb." Droozle did not mind. While she ranted, he brazenly began writing invisible ink once more. "How did you catch him at it?" she asked. "I used a piece of his newspaper to pick up a hot saw blade. The heat turned the invisible ink brown." "Droozle," said the girl passionately, looking down at the writer, "you know your master is in great need of funds. Where is your sense of loyalty and self-sacrifice to the one who has cared for you?" Droozle wrote poetically, "Is there joy or any other good thing in abnegation? Is there beauty in sacrifice? What handsome purpose do these serve a being in his race with time? His days will soon be spent, and they will come no more. Thus my criterion. Is this the most joy-gathering, awareness-touching, beauty-sensing act of which he is capable? None other is worthy of his time." "Men are not so selfish," objected Jean. "I am not a man," wrote Droozle simply. Jean turned staunchly to the girl. "Judy, he has convinced me. I've been wrong about him. From now on, he can write whatever he likes." "Goodbye to our hopes, then?" "For the present, yes," assented Jean stoically as he brought fresh sheets of paper from his desk for Droozle. "My landscapes might begin to sell after a while," he added without conviction. "Rotten little crumb," Judy fumed, glaring balefully at the snake. But Droozle wrote serenely on, his ruby eyes glowing enigmatically. Jean interposed magnanimously. "I see now that I have been inexcusably selfish with Droozle. I've kept him cooped up here, not wanting to bother with him while I was out on my painting trips. True, he was busy writing, but most of his knowledge of Earth has come from books. He can't write classics about living things unless he sees living things." As she picked up his trend of thought, Judy's face lost its resentful expression, and something like seraphic righteousness spread over it. "I see what you mean. Just how did you plan to make up for this shut-in feeling that poor Droozle must have been suffering so much from for all these years?" "Oh, Judy, I'm so glad you asked me." He threw wide his arms to the world. "Out into the wind and the rain we shall go, and there I will draw my pictures while he observes. Then into the roaring, brawling taverns we shall go, where life thrives in all its abundance. I've been robbing him by shutting him up here." "Jean, look at Droozle," the girl exclaimed, pointing. "He has stopped in the middle of a page and is starting on a fresh one." Droozle wrote, "Please, not out into the wind and rain. Please, not into the roaring, brawling taverns where life thrives in all its abundance. I loathe shudder and tilt." "Loathing is no reason to turn away from reality, Droozle," admonished the artist. "All justice, shudder and tilt requires far less body English than its ancestor, rock and roll." Droozle argued carefully. "You will recall I heard some of it once when you took me into a particularly dirty bar over in the west end of town. I feel, as a result, that I have observed this type of data to the extent that I can write of it competently without further study. Oh, but that was months ago, enthused Jean. The tunes have all changed by now. New pals appear on the tapes every week. You have missed countless socceroos already being cooped up in here. You will bless me once you get accustomed to the realities of life. See if you don't. Hi-ho, the wind and the rain. The snake shuddered. Careful, you'll centrifuge, Judy warned. Jean added reflectively, studying the ceiling. Day by day, month by month, year by year, the reality of everyday existence etches deeply into our consciousness, if we will but have the fortitude to expose ourselves to it. Droozle unavoidably centrifuged this time, but did manage, with laborious lateral movements, to mix the hemoglobin back with the plasma again. He complained, "It is cruel of you to condemn me to this ugliness. I want only to read my books and hear a few simple fugues by Bach." "It is not cruel. You will have exactly the same existence I have chosen for myself as an artist. It is fundamental that if you are to write serious literature, you must rub your nose against the realities of life." Droozle wriggled unhappily for a moment. Finally he wrote, "Actually, my writing may not be as serious as the title implies. Misunderstandings conceivably arise over titles. Instead of The Rise and Fall of the Western Plainsman, how about changing it to Those Low-Down Scaly Rustlers?" "That's really getting down to earth," cried Jean, concealing his elation. "But if you aren't going to write serious literature, who will I get to go on my painting trips with me?" "Take that female of yours," suggested Droozle. "If she refuses to go, inform her that we shall be forced to hand her over to the dog catcher." "Do you suppose he means that?" wondered Jean. "Of course not, silly," said Judy, bright-eyed. "He's only negotiating." End of Droozle by Frank Banta.
An Incident on Route 12 by James H. Schmitz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James Christopher. An Incident on Route 12 by James H. Schmitz. Phil Garfield was 30 miles south of the little town of Redmond on Route 12 when he was startled by a series of sharp clanking noises. They came from under the Packer's hood. The car immediately began to lose speed. Garfield jammed down the accelerator, had a sense of sick helplessness at the complete lack of response from the motor. The Packard rolled on, getting rid of its momentum, and came to a stop. Phil Garfield swore shakily. He checked his watch, switched off the headlights, and climbed out into the dark road. A delay of even half an hour here might be disastrous. It was past midnight, and he had another 110 miles to cover to reach the small private airfield where Madge waited for him and the $30,000 in the suitcase on the Packard's front seat. If he didn't make it before daylight. He thought of the bank guard. The man had made a clumsy play at being a hero, and that had set the fool woman who had run screaming into their line of fire. One dead, perhaps two. Garfield hadn't stopped to look at an evening paper, but he knew they were hunting for him. He glanced up and down the road. No other headlights in sight at the moment, no light from a building showing on the forested hills. He reached back into the car and brought out a suitcase, his gun, a big flashlight, and the box of shells which had been standing beside the suitcase. He broke the box open, shoved a handful of shells and the .38 into his coat pocket, then took suitcase and flashlight over to the shoulder of the road and set them down. There was no point in groping about under the Packard's hood. When it came to mechanics, Phil Garfield was a moron and well aware of it. The car was useless to him now, except as bait. But as bait, it might be very useful. Should he leave it standing where it was? No, Garfield decided. To anybody driving past, it would merely suggest a necking party, or a drunk sleeping off his load before continuing home. He might have to wait an hour or more before somebody decided to stop. He didn't have the time. He reached in through the window, hauled the top of the steering wheel toward him, and put his weight against the rear window frame. The Packard began to move slowly backwards at a slant across the road. In a minute or two he had it in position, not blocking the road entirely, which would arouse immediate suspicion, but angled across it, lights out, empty, both front doors open and inviting a passerby's investigation. Garfield carried the suitcase and flashlight across the right-hand shoulder of the road, and moved up among the trees and undergrowth of the slope above the shoulder. Placing the suitcase between the bushes, he brought out the .38, clicked the safety off, and stood waiting. Some 10 minutes later, a set of headlights appeared speeding up Route 12 from the direction of Redmond. Phil Garfield went down on one knee before he came within range of the lights. Now he was completely concealed by the vegetation. The car slowed as it approached, braking nearly to a stop 60 feet from the stalled Packard. There were several people inside it. Garfield heard voices, then a woman's loud laugh. The driver tapped his horn inquiringly twice, moved the car slowly forward. As the headlights went past him, Garfield got to his feet among the bushes, took a step down towards the road, raising the gun. Then he caught the distant gleam of a second set of headlights approaching from Redmond. He swore under his breath and dropped back out of sight. The car below him reached the Packard, edged cautiously around it, rolled on with a sudden roar of acceleration. The second car stopped when still 100 yards away, the Packard caught in the motionless glare of its lights. Garfield heard the steady purring of a powerful motor. For almost a minute nothing else happened. Then the car came gliding smoothly on, stopped again no more than 30 feet to Garfield's left. He could see it now through the screening bushes, a big job, a long, low, four-door sedan. The motor continued to purr. After a moment, a door on the far side of the car opened and slammed shut. A man walked quickly out into the beam of the headlights and started towards the Packard. Phil Garfield rose from his crouching position, the .38 in his right hand, flashlight in his left. If the driver was alone, the thing was now cinched. But if there was somebody else in the car, somebody capable of fast, decisive action, a slip in the next 10 seconds might cost him the sedan, and quite probably his freedom and life. Garfield lined up the .38 sights steadily on the center of the approaching man's head. He let his breath out slowly as the fellow came level with him in the road, and squeezed off one shot. Instantly he went bounding down the slope to the road. The bullet had flung the man sideways to the pavement. Garfield darted past him to the left, crossed the beam of the headlights, and was in darkness again on the far side of the road, snapping on his flashlight as he sprinted up to the car. The motor hummed quietly on. The flashlight showed the seats empty. Garfield dropped the light, jerked both doors open and turned, gun pointing into the car's interior. Then he stood still for a moment, weak and almost dizzy with relief. There was no one inside. The sedan was his. The man he had shot through the head lay face down on the road, his hat flung a dozen feet away from him. Route 12 still stretched out in dark silence to east and west. There should be time enough to clean up the job before anyone else came along. Garfield brought the suitcase down and put it on the right front seat of the sedan, then started back to get his victim off the road and out of sight. He scaled the man's hat into the bushes, bent down, grasped the ankles, and started to haul him towards the left side of the road where the ground dropped off sharply beyond the shoulder. The body made a high, squealing sound and began to writhe violently. Shocked, Garfield dropped the legs and hurriedly took the gun from his pocket, moving back a step. The squealing noise rose in intensity as a wounded man quickly flopped over twice like a struggling fish, arms and legs sawing about with startling energy. Garfield clicked off the safety, pumped 3 shots into his victim's back. The grisly squeals ended abruptly. The body continued to jerk for another second or two, then lay still. Garfield shoved the gun back into his pocket. The unexpected interruption had unnerved him. His hand shook as he reached down again for the stranger's ankles. Then he jerked his hands back and straightened up, staring. From the side of the man's chest, a few inches below the right arm, something like a black thick stick 3 feet long protruded now from the material of the coat. It shone gleaming wetly in the light from the car. Even in that first uncomprehending instant, something in its appearance brought a surge of sick disgust to Garfield's throat. The stick bent slowly halfway down its length, forming a sharp angle, and its tip opened into what could have been 3 blunt black claws which scrabbled clumsily against the pavement. Very faintly, the squealing began again, and the body's back arched up as if another stick-like arm were pushing desperately against the ground beneath it. Garfield acted in a blur of horror. He emptied the .38 into the thing at his feet almost without realizing he was doing it. Then, dropping the gun, he seized one of the ankles, ran backward into the shoulder of the road, dragging the body behind him. In the darkness at the edge of the shoulder, he let go of it, stepped around to the other side, and with 2 frantically savage kicks sent the body plunging over the shoulder and down the steep slope beyond. He heard it crash through the bushes for some seconds, then stop. He turned and ran back to the sedan, scooping up his gun as he went past. He scrambled into the driver's seat and slammed the door shut behind him. His hand shook violently on the steering wheel as he pressed down the accelerator. The motor roared into life and the big car surged forward. He edged it past the Packard, cursing aloud in horrified shock, jammed down the accelerator and went flashing up Route 12, darkness racing beside and behind him. What had it been? Something that wore what seemed to be a man's body like a suit of clothes, moving the body as a man moves, driving a man's car, roach-armed, roach-legged itself. Garfield drew a long, shuddering breath. Then, as he slowed for a curve, there was a spark of reddish light in the rearview mirror. He stared at the spark for an instant, braked the car to a stop, rolled down the window, and looked back. Far behind him along Route 12, a fire burned, approximately at the point where the Packard had stalled out, where something had gone rolling off into the road into the bushes. Something, Garfield added mentally, that found fiery automatic destruction when death came to it, so that its secrets would remain unrevealed. But for him the fire meant the end of a nightmare. He rolled the window up, took out a cigarette, lit it, and pressed the accelerator. In incredulous fright, he felt the nose of the car tilt upwards, headlights sweeping up from the road into the trees. Then the headlights winked out. Beyond the windshield, dark tree branches floated down towards him, the night sky beyond. He reached frantically for the door handle. A steel wrench clamped silently about each of his arms, drawing them in against his sides, immobilizing him there. Garfield gasped, looked up at the mirror, and saw a pair of faintly gleaming red eyes watching him from the rear of the car. Two of the things. The second one stood behind him out of sight, holding him. They had been in what had seemed to be a trunk compartment, and they had come out. The eyes in the mirror vanished. A moist black roach arm reached over the back of the seat beside Garfield, picked up the cigarette he had dropped, extinguished it with rather horribly human motions, then took up Garfield's gun and drew it back out of sight. He expected a shot, but none came. One doesn't fire a bullet through the suit one intends to wear. It wasn't until that thought occurred to him that tough Phil Garfield began to scream. He was still screaming minutes later when, beyond the windshield, the spaceship floated into view among the stars. End of An Incident on Route 12 by James H. Schmitz. Recording by James Christopher, jxchristopher@yahoo.com.
The Man Who Hated Mars by Gordon Randall Garrett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Castle. To escape from Mars, all Clayton had to do was the impossible. Break out of a crack-proof exile camp, get onto a ship that couldn't be boarded, smash through an impenetrable wall of steel. Perhaps he could do all these things, but he discovered that Mars did evil things to men, that he wasn't even Clayton anymore. He was only the man who hated Mars. "I want you to put me in prison," the big hairy man said in a trembling voice. He was addressing his request to a thin woman sitting behind a desk that seemed much too big for her. The plaque on the desk said, "Lieutenant Phoebe Harris, Terrain Rehabilitation Service." Lieutenant Harris glanced at the man before her for only a moment before she returned her eyes to the dossier on the desk, but long enough to verify the impression his voice had given. Ron Clayton was a big, ugly, cowardly, dangerous man. He said, "Well, damn it, say something." The lieutenant raised her eyes again. "Just be patient until I've read this." Her voice and eyes were expressionless, but her hand moved beneath the desk. Clayton froze. She's yellow, he thought. She's turned on the trackers. He could see the pale greenish glow of their little eyes watching him all around the room. If he made any fast move, they would cut him down with a stun beam before he could get 2 feet. She thought he was going to jump her. Little rat. He thought somebody ought to slap her down. He watched her check through the heavy dossier in front of her. Finally, she looked up at him again. "Clayton, your last conviction was for strong-armed robbery. You were given a choice between prison on Earth and freedom here on Mars. You picked Mars." He nodded slowly. He'd been broke and hungry at the time. A sneaky little rat named Johnson had bilked Clayton out of his fair share of the Cori payroll job, and Clayton had been forced to get the money somehow. He hadn't mussed the guy up too much. Besides, it was the sucker's own fault if he hadn't tried to yell. Lieutenant Harris went on. "I'm afraid you can't back down now." "But it isn't fair. The most that I've got on that frame-up would have been 10 years. I've been here 15 already. I'm sorry, Clayton. It can't be done. You're here. Period. Forget about trying to get back. Earth doesn't want you. Her voice sounded choppy, as though she was trying to keep it calm. Clayton broke into a whining rage. You can't do that. It isn't fair. I never did anything to you. I'll go and talk to the governor. He'll listen to reason. You'll see. Shut up! The woman snapped harshly. I'm getting sick of it. I personally think you should have been locked up permanently. I think this whole idea of forced colonization is going to breed trouble for Earth someday. But it's about the only way you can get anybody to colonize this frozen hunk of mud. Just keep it in mind that I don't like it any better than you do. I didn't strong-arm anybody to deserve this assignment. Now get out of here. She moved a hand threateningly towards the manual controls of the stun beam. Clayton retreated fast. The trackers ignored anyone walking away from the desk. They were set only to spot threatening movements towards it. Outside the rehabilitation service building, Clayton could feel the tears running down the inside of his face mask. He'd asked again and again. God only knew how many times in the past 15 years. Always the same answer. No. When he'd heard that this new administrator was a woman, he'd hoped she might be easier to convince. She wasn't. If anything, she was harder than the others. The heat-sucking frigidity of the thin Martian air whispered around him in the feeble breeze. He shivered a little and began walking toward the recreation centre. There was a high, thin piping in the sky above him, which quickly became a scream in the thin air. He turned for a moment to watch the ship land, squinting his eyes to see the number on the hull. 52. Space Transport Ship 52. Probably bringing another load of poor suckers to freeze to death on Mars. That was the thing he hated about Mars. The cold. The everlasting damned cold. And the oxidation pills. Take one every 3 hours or smother in the poor thin air. The government could have put up domes. It could have put in building-to-building tunnels at least. It could have done a hell of a lot of things to make Mars a decent place for human beings. But no, the government had other ideas. A bunch of big-shot scientific characters had come up with the idea nearly 23 years before. Clayton could remember the words on the sheet he'd been given when he was sentenced. Mankind is inherently an adaptable animal. If we are to colonize the planets of the solar system, we must meet the conditions on those planets as best we can. Financially, it is impracticable to change an entire planet from its original condition to one which will support human life as it exists on Terra. But man, since he is adaptable, can change himself, modify his structure slightly, so that he can live on these planets with only a minimum of change in the environment. So they made you live outside and like it. So you froze, and you choked, and you suffered. Clayton hated Mars. He hated the thin air and the cold. More than anything, he hated the cold. Ron Clayton wanted to go home. The recreation building was just ahead. At least it would be warm inside. He pushed in through the outer and inner doors, and he heard the burst of music from the jukebox. His stomach tightening up into a hard cramp. They were playing Heinlein's Green Hills of Earth. There was almost no other sound in the room, although it's full of people. There were plenty of colonists who claimed to like Mars, but even they were silent when that song was played. Clayton wanted to go over and smash the machine, make it stop reminding him. He clenched his teeth and his fists and his eyes and cursed mentally. God, how I hate Mars. When the hauntingly nostalgic last chorus faded away, he walked over to the machine and fed it full of enough coins to keep it going on something else until he left. At the bar he ordered a beer and used it to wash down another oxidation tablet. It wasn't good beer. It didn't even deserve the name. The atmospheric pressure was so low as to boil all the carbon dioxide out of it. The brewers never put it back in after fermentation. He was sorry for what he'd done, really and truly sorry. If they'd only give him one more chance, he'd make good. Just one more chance, he'd work things out. He'd promised himself that both times they'd put him up before, but things had been different then. He hadn't really been given another chance, with parole boards and all. Clayton closed his eyes and finished the beer. He ordered another. He'd worked in the mines for 15 years. It wasn't that he minded work, really, but the foreman had it in for him, always giving him a bad time, always picking out the lousy jobs for him. Like the time he'd crawled into a side boring in Tunnel 12 for a nap during lunch. The foreman had caught him. When he promised never to do it again if the foreman wouldn't put it on a report, the guy said, "Yeah, sure, I hate to hurt a good guy's record." Then he'd put Clayton on report anyway. Strictly a rat. Not that Clayton ran any chance of being fired. They never fired anybody, but they'd fined him a day's pay. A whole day's pay. He tapped his glass on the bar, and the barman came over with another beer. Clayton looked at it, then up at the barman. "Put a head on it." The bartender looked at him sourly. "Got some soap suds here, Clayton. One of these days I'm going to put him in your beer if you keep pulling that gag." That was the trouble with some guys. No sense of humour. Somebody came in the door, and then somebody else came in behind him, so both inner and outer doors were open for an instant. A blast of icy breeze struck Clayton's back and he shivered. He started to say something, then changed his mind. The doors were already closed again, and besides, one of the guys was bigger than he was. The iciness didn't seem to go away immediately. It was like the mine. Little old Mars was cold clear down to her core, or at least as far down as they'd drilled. The walls were frozen, seemed to radiate a chill that pulled the heat right out of your blood. Somebody was playing Green Hills again, damn them. Evidently, all of his own selections had run out earlier than he thought they would. Hell, there was nothing to do here. He might as well go home. "Give me another beer, Mac." He'd go home as soon as he finished this one. He stood there with his eyes closed, listening to the music and hating Mars. A voice next to him said, "I'll have a whiskey." The voice sounded as if the man had a bad cold, and Clayton turned slowly to look at him. After all the sterilization they went through before they left Earth, nobody on Mars ever had a cold. So there was only one thing that would make a man's voice sound like that. Clayton was right. The fellow had an oxygen tube clamped firmly over his nose. He was wearing the uniform of the Space Transport Service. "Just get in on the ship?" Clayton asked conversationally. The man nodded and grinned. "Yeah, 4 hours before we take off again." He poured down the whiskey. "Sure cold out." Clayton agreed. It's always cold. He watched enviously as the spaceman ordered another whiskey. Clayton couldn't afford whiskey. He probably could have by this time, if the mines had made him a foreman like they should have. Maybe he could talk the spaceman out of a couple of drinks. "My name's Clayton. Ron Clayton." The spaceman took the offered hand. "Mine's Parkinson, but everybody calls me Parks." "Sure, Parks. Can I buy you a beer?" Parks shook his head. "No, thanks. I started on whiskey." "Here, let me buy you one." "Well, thanks. Don't mind if I do." They drank them in silence, and Parks ordered 2 more. "Been here long?" Parks asked. 15 years. 15 long, long years." "Did you, I mean..." Parks looked suddenly confused. Clayton glanced quickly to make sure the bartender was out of earshot. Then he grinned. "You mean, am I a convict?" "No, I came here because I wanted to. But," he lowered his voice, "we don't talk about it around here, you know." He gestured with one hand, a gesture that took in everyone else in the room. Parks glanced around quickly, moving only his eyes. "Yeah, I see," he said softly. "This your first trip?" asked Clayton. "First time to Mars. Been on the lunar run a long time." "Low pressure bother you much?" "Not much. We only keep it as 6 pounds in the ships. Half helium, half oxygen. Only thing that bothers me is the oxy here, or rather the oxy that isn't here." He took a deep breath through his nose tube to emphasize his point. Clayton clamped his teeth together, making the muscles at the side of his jaw stand out. Parks didn't notice. "You guys have to take those pills, don't you?" "Yeah." "I had to take them once. Got stranded on Luna. The cat I was in broke down 80-some miles from Aristarchus base, and I had to walk back with my oxy low. Well, I figured..." Clayton listened to Park's story with a great show of attention, but he had heard it before. This Lost on Moon stuff and its variations had been going the rounds for 50 years. Every once in a while it actually did happen to someone, just often enough to keep the story going. This guy did have a couple of new twists, but not enough to make the story worthwhile. "Boy," Clayton said when Parks had finished, "you were lucky to come out of that alive." Parks nodded, well pleased with himself, and bought another round of drinks. "Something like that happened to me a couple of years ago," Clayton began. "I'm a supervisor on the third shift in the mines at Zante, but at the time I was only a foreman. One day, a couple of guys went to the branch tunnel to..." It was a very good story. Clayton had made it up himself, so he knew that Parks had never heard it before. It was gory in just the right places, with a nice effect at the end. "So I had to hold up the rocks with my back while the rescue crew pulled the others out of the tunnel by crawling between my legs. Finally they got some steel beams down there to take the load off, and I could let go. I was in hospital for a week," he finished. Parks was nodding vaguely. Clayton looked up at the clock above the bar and realized that they'd been talking for better than an hour. Parks was buying another round. Parks was a hell of a nice fellow. There was, Clayton found, only one trouble with Parks. He got to talking so loud that the bartender refused to serve either one of them anymore. The bartender said Clayton was getting loud too, but it was just because he had to talk loud to make Parks hear him. Clayton helped Parks put his mask and parka on, and they walked out into the cold night. Parks began to sing Green Hills. About halfway through, he stopped and turned to Clayton. "I'm from Indiana." Clayton had already spotted him as an American by his accent. "Indiana? That's nice. Real nice." "Yeah, you talk about green hills. We got green hills in Indiana. What time is it?" Clayton told him. "Geez, whole spaceship takes off in an hour. Ought to have one more drink first." Clayton realized he didn't like Parks, but maybe he'd buy a bottle. Sharky Johnson worked in fuel section, and he made a nice little sideline of stealing alcohol, cutting it, selling it. He thought it was really funny to call it Martian gin. Clayton said, "Let's go over to Sharky's. Sharky'll sell us a bottle." "Okay," said Parks. "We'll get a bottle. That's what we need, a bottle." It was quite a walk to Shark's place. It was so cold that even Parks was beginning to sober up a little. He was laughing like hell when Clayton started to sing. "We're going over to the Sharks to buy a jug of gin for Parks. Hi-ho, hi-ho, hi-ho." One thing about a few drinks, you didn't get so cold. You didn't feel it too much, anyway. The Shark still had his light on when they arrived. Clayton whispered to Parks. "I'll go in. He knows me. He wouldn't sell it if you were around. You got 8 credits. "Sure, I got 8 credits. Just a minute, and I'll give you 8 credits. He fished around for a minute inside his parka and pulled out his note case. His gloved fingers were a little clumsy, but he managed to get out a 5 and 3 ones and hand them to Clayton. "You wait here," Clayton said. He went in through the outer door and knocked on the inner one. He should have asked for 10 credits. Sharky only charged 5, and that would leave him 3 for himself. But he could have got 10, maybe more. When he came out with the bottle, Parks was sitting on a rock shivering. "Jeez," he said, "it's cold out here. Let's get someplace where it's warm." "Sure, I got the bottle. Want a drink?" Parks took the bottle, opened it, and took a good belt out of it. "Whew," he breathed. "Pretty smooth." As Clayton drank, Parks said, "Hey, I better get back to the field." "I know, we can go to the men's room and finish the bottle before the ship takes off. Isn't that a good idea? It's warm in there." They started back down the street toward the space field. "Yeah, I'm from Indiana. Southern part, down near Bloomington," Parks said. "Give me the jug." "Not Bloomington, Illinois. Bloomington, Indiana. We really got green hills down there." He drank and handed the bottle back to Clayton. "Personally, I don't see why anybody stays on Mars. Here you're practically on the equator in the middle of the summer, and it's colder than hell. Now, if you was smart, you'd go home, where it's warm. Mars wasn't built for people to live on anyhow. I don't see how you stand it." That was when Clayton decided he really hated Parks. And when Parks said, "Why be dumb, friend? Why don't you go home?" Clayton kicked him in the stomach hard. And that, Clayton said as Parks doubled over. He said it again as he kicked him in the head, and in the ribs. Parks was gasping as he writhed on the ground, but he soon lay still. Then Clayton saw why. Parks' nose tube had come off when Clayton's foot struck his head. Parks was breathing heavily, but he wasn't getting any oxygen. That was when the big idea hit Ron Clayton. With a nosepiece on like that, you couldn't tell who a man was. He took another drink from the jug, and then he began to take Parks' clothes off. The uniform fit Clayton fine, and so did the nose mask. He dumped his own clothing on top of Parks' nearly nude body, adjusted the little oxygen tank so that the gas would flow properly through the mask, took the first deep breath of good air he'd had in 15 years, and walked towards the space field. He went into the men's room at the port building, took a drink, and felt in the pocket of the uniform for Parks' identification. He found it and opened the booklet. It read, "Parkinson, Herbert J. Steward, 2nd class, STS." Above it was a photo and a set of fingerprints. Clayton grinned. They'd never know it wasn't Parks getting on the ship. Parks was a steward too, a cook's helper. That was good. If he'd been a jetman or something like that, the crew might wonder why he wasn't on duty at takeoff. But a steward was different. Clayton sat for several minutes looking through the booklet and drinking from the bottle. He emptied it just before the warning sirens keened through the thin air. Clayton got up and went outside toward the ship. "Wake up! Hey, you! Wake up!" Somebody was slapping his cheeks. Clayton opened his eyes and looked at the blurred face over his own. From a distance, another voice said, "Who is it?" The blurred face said, "I don't know. He was asleep behind these cases. I think he's drunk." Clayton wasn't drunk. He was sick. His head felt like hell. Where the devil was he? "Get up, bud. Come on, get up." Clayton pulled himself up by holding to the man's arm. The effort made him dizzy and nauseated. The other man said, "Take him down to sickbay, Casey. Get some thiamine into him." Clayton didn't struggle as they led him down to the sickbay. He was trying to clear his head. Where was he? He must have been pretty drunk last night. He remembered meeting Parks and getting thrown out by the bartender. Then what? Oh yeah, he'd gone to the Sharks for a bottle. From there on it was mostly gone. He remembered a fight or something, but that was all that registered. The medic in the sickbay fired 2 shots from a hypo gun into his arms, but Clayton ignored the slight sting. Where am I? Real original. Here, take these. He handed Clayton a couple of capsules and gave him a glass of water to wash them down with. When the water hit his stomach, there was an immediate reaction. "Oh, Christ," the medic said. "Get him up, somebody. Here, buddy, heave into this." It took them the better part of an hour to get Clayton awake enough to realize what was going on and where he was. Even then, he was plenty groggy. It was the first officer of the STS-52 who finally got the story straight. As soon as Clayton was in condition, the medic and the quartermaster officer who had found him took him up to the first officer's compartment. "I was checking through the stores this morning when I found this man. He was asleep, dead drunk, behind the crates." "He was drunk all right," supplied the medic. "I found this in his pocket." He flipped a booklet to the first officer. The first was a young man, not older than 28, with tough-looking grey eyes. He looked over the booklet. "Where did you get Parkinson's ID booklet? And his uniform?" Clayton looked down at his clothes in wonder. "I don't know." "You don't know?" That's a hell of an answer. "Well, I was drunk," Clayton said defensively. "A man doesn't know what he's doing when he's drunk." He frowned in concentration. He knew he'd have to think up some story. "I kind of remember we made a bet. I bet him I could get on the ship, sure. I remember now. That's what happened. I bet him I could get on the ship and we traded clothes. Where is he now? Well, at my place, sleeping it off, I guess. Without his oxy mask? Oh, I gave him oxidation pills for the mask. The first shook his head. It sounds like the kind of trick Parkinson would pull, all right. I'll have to write it up and turn you both in to the authorities when we hit Earth. He eyed Clayton. What's your name? Cartwright, Sam Cartwright, Clayton said without batting an eye. Volunteer or convicted colonist? Volunteer. The first looked at him for a long moment, disbelief in his eyes. It didn't matter. Volunteer or convict, there was no place Clayton could go. From the officer's viewpoint, he was as safely imprisoned in the spaceship as he would be on Mars or a prison on Earth. The first wrote in the logbook, and then said, Well, we're one man short in the kitchen. You wanted to take Parkinson's place, brother, you got it. Without pay. He paused for a moment. You know, of course, he said judiciously, that you'll be shipped back to Mars immediately, and you'll have to work out your passage both ways. It will be deducted from your pay. Clayton nodded. I know. I don't know what else will happen. If there's a conviction, you may lose your volunteer status on Mars, and there may be fines taken out of your pay too. Well, that's all, Cartwright. You can report to Kissman in the kitchen. The first pressed a button on his desk and spoke into the intercom. Who was on duty at the airlock when the crew came aboard last night? Send him up. I want to talk to him. Then the quartermaster officer led Clayton out of the door and took him to the kitchen. The ship's driver tubes were pushing it along at a steady 500 centimeters per second squared, pushing her steadily closer to Earth with a little more than half a gravity of drive. There wasn't much for Clayton to do, really. He helped to select the foods that went into the automatics, and he cleared them out after each meal was cooked. Once every day he had to partially dismantle them for a really thorough going over. And all the time he was thinking. Parkinson must be dead, he knew that. That meant the chamber. And even if he wasn't, they'd send Clayton back to Mars. Luckily, there was no way for either planet to communicate with the ship. It was hard enough to keep a beam trained on a planet without trying to hit such a comparatively small thing as a ship. But they would know about it on Earth by now. They would pick him up the instant the ship landed, and the best he could hope for was a return to Mars. No, by God, he wouldn't go back to that frozen mud ball. He'd stay on Earth, where it was warm and comfortable, and a man could live where he was meant to live, where there was plenty of air to breathe and plenty of water to drink, where the beer tasted like beer and not like slop. Earth, good green hills, the like of which exists nowhere else. Slowly, over the days, he evolved a plan. He watched and waited, and checked each little detail to make sure nothing could go wrong. It couldn't go wrong. He didn't want to die, and he didn't want to go back to Mars. Nobody on the ship liked him. They couldn't appreciate his position. He hadn't done anything to them, but they just didn't like him. He didn't know why. He tried to get along with them. Well, if they didn't like him, the hell with them. If things worked out the way he figured, they'd be damn sorry. He was very clever about the whole plan. When turnover came, he pretended to get violently space sick. That gave him an opportunity to steal a bottle of chloral hydrate from the medic's locker, and while he worked in the kitchen, he spent a great deal of time sharpening a big carving knife. Once, during his off time, he managed to disable one of the ship's 2 lifeboats. He was saving the other for himself. The ship was 8 hours away from Earth, and still decelerating when Clayton pulled his getaway. It was surprisingly easy. He was supposed to be asleep when he sneaked down to the drive compartment with the knife. He pushed open the door, looked in, and grinned like an ape. The engineer and the 2 jetmen were out cold from the chloral hydrate in the coffee from the kitchen. Moving rapidly, he went to the spares locker and began methodically to smash every replacement part for the drivers. Then he took 3 of the signal bombs from the emergency kit, set them for 5 minutes, and placed them around the driver circuits. He looked at the 3 sleeping men. What if they woke up before the bombs went off? He didn't want to kill them, though. He wanted them to know what had happened and who had done it. He grinned. There was a way. He simply had to drag them outside and jam the door lock. He took the key from the engineer, inserted it, turned it, and snapped off the head, leaving the body of the key still in the lock. Nobody would unjam it in the next 4 minutes. Then he began to run up the stairwell toward the good lifeboat. He was panting and out of breath when he arrived, but no one had stopped him. No one had even seen him. He clambered into the lifeboat, made everything ready, and waited. The signal bombs were not heavy charges. Their main purpose was to make a flare bright enough to be seen for thousands of miles in space. Fluorine and magnesium made plenty of light and heat. Quite suddenly, there was no gravity. He had felt nothing, but he knew that the bombs had exploded. He punched the launch switch on the control board of the lifeboat, and the little ship leaped out from the side of the greater one. Then he turned on the drive, set it at half a G, and watched the STS-52 drop behind him. It was no longer decelerating, so it would miss Earth and drift on into space. On the other hand, the life ship would come down very neatly within a few hundred miles of the spaceport in Utah, the destination of the STS-52. Landing the life ship would be the only difficult part of the maneuver, but they were designed to be handled by beginners. Full instructions were printed on the simplified control board. Clayton stood at them for a while, then set the alarm to wake him in 7 hours, and dozed off to sleep. He dreamed of Indiana. It was full of nice green hills and leafy woods, and Parkinson was inviting him over to his mother's house for chicken and whiskey, and all for free. Beneath the dream was the calm assurance that they would never catch him and send him back. When the STS-52 failed to show up, they would think he had been lost with it. They would never look for him. When the alarm rang, Earth was a mottled globe looming hugely beneath the ship. Clayton watched the dials on the board and began to follow the instructions on the landing sheet. He wasn't too good at it. The accelerometer climbed higher and higher, and he felt as though he could hardly move his hands to the proper switches. He was less than 15 feet off the ground when his hand slipped. The ship, out of control, shifted, spun, and toppled over on its side, smashing a great hole in the cabin. Clayton shook his head and tried to stand up in the wreckage. He got to his hands and knees, dizzy but unhurt, and took a deep breath of the fresh air that was blowing in through the hole in the cabin. It felt just like home. Bureau of Criminal Investigation, Regional Headquarters, Cheyenne, Wyoming, 20th of January, 2102. 2. Space Transport Service, Subject, Live Ship 2, STS-52. Attention, Mr. P. D. Latimer. Dear Paul, I have on hand the copies of your reports on the rescue of the men on the disabled STS-52. It is fortunate that the lunar radar stations could compute their orbit. The detailed official report will follow, but briefly, this is what happened. The life ship landed, or rather crashed, several miles west of Cheyenne, as you know. But it was impossible to find the man who was piloting it until yesterday because of the weather. He has been identified as Ronald Watkins Clayton, exiled to Mars 15 years ago. Evidently, he didn't realize that 15 years of Martian gravity had so weakened his muscles that he could hardly walk under the pull of a full Earth G. As it was, he could only crawl about 100 yards from the wrecked life ship before he collapsed. Well, I hope this clears up everything. I hope you're not getting the snowstorms up there like we've been getting them. John B. Remley, Captain, CBI. The End of The Man Who Hated Mars. Recorded by David Castle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Castle. The Mightiest Man by Patrick Fahey. They caught up with him in Belgrade. The aliens had gone by then. Only a few shining metal huts in the Siberian tundra giving mute evidence that they had been anything other than a nightmare. It had seemed exactly like that, a nightmare in which all of Earth stood helpless, unable to resist or flee, while the obscene shapes slithered and flopped over all her green fields and fair cities. Awakening had not brought the reassurance that it had all been a bad dream, that if it had happened in reality, the people of Earth would have been capable of dealing with the terrible menace. It had been real, and they had been no more capable of resisting the giant intelligences than a child of killing the ogre in his favourite fairy story. It was an ironic parallel, because that was what finally saved Earth for its own people, a fairy story. The old fable of the lion and the mouse. When the lion had exhausted his atomic armour and proud science against the invincible and immortal invaders of Earth, for they could not be killed by any means, the mouse attacked and vanquished them. The mouse, the lowest form of life, the fungoids, the air of Earth swarming with millions of their spores, attacked the monstrous bodies, grew and entwined within the grey convolutions that were their brain centres, and as the tiny thread roots probed and tightened, the aliens screamed soundlessly. The intelligences toppled and fell, and at last that few among them who retained sanity gathered their lunatic brethren and fled as they had come. If he had known the effect the fungoids would have on them, he would have told them that too. He had told them everything else. When he had been snatched from a busy city street, a random specimen of humanity to be probed and investigated. They had chosen well. For the payment they offered him, he was willing to barter the whole human race. As far as it lay in his power, he did just that. He was not an educated man, though he was intelligent. It was child's play to them to strip his mind bare, but they had to know the intangibles too, the determined will of humanity to survive, the probabilities of the pattern of human behaviour in a situation which humanity had never before faced. He told them all he could, gladly and willingly. He would have descended to any treachery for the vast glittering reward they tempted him with. It wasn't easy for the Yugoslavs to guard him, and anyway, their hearts weren't in the task. His treachery, the ultimate treason, the betrayal of the whole human race, was commonly known. Inevitably, the mob got him, and killed 3 policemen in the process. When they had sated their anger, a little, and the traitor had lost most of his clothes and the thumb of his right hand, they dragged him to the junction where the Danube meets the Sava, and held him under the grey waters with long poles, as if he was some poisonous reptile. He lay supinely on the bed of the river and smiled evilly, while 100,000 people writhed in neural agony. 24 hours later, the neural plague had spread to Zagreb and into Albania as far as Tirana. When it crossed Leghorn in Italy, the Balkans held 20 million lunatics, and the Danube was an artificial lake 100 miles wide. They had used a clean bomb, so they were able to bring a loudspeaker van to its edge and boom at him to come out. He allowed them to do that for some inscrutable reason, perhaps to demonstrate that his powers were selective. Then it seemed he got tired of the farce, and cruel fingers twined themselves into the nerve centres of the President of Italy and the Prime Minister of the Government of United Europe. He made them dance a horribly twisted pas de deux on the banks of the Danube for his perverted amusement. Then he released them, and released the millions of gibbering, twitching idiots that inhabited southern Europe, and he came out of the riverbed in which he had lain for 48 hours. He walked alone through the deserted streets of Belgrade until he came to the United Nations building. There he told a very brave lieutenant that he was willing to stand trial any place in the world they wished. For 3 days nobody came to arrest him. He sat alone with the lieutenant in the peopleless city of Belgrade and waited for his captors. They came then, timidly reassured by his non-violence. While he talked to them pleasantly, the citizens of London and Paris suddenly began to dance jerky and grotesque jigs on the pavements of their cities. In the same moment, the Chief Justice of the Court of the Nations, at a cocktail party in Washington, writhed in the exquisite pain of total muscle cramp. His august features twisted into a mask of abject fear. The trial itself was a legal farce. The prisoner promptly pleaded guilty to the charge of betraying mankind to an alien race, but he didn't allow them to question him. When one lawyer persisted, in face of his pleasant refusals, he died suddenly in a cramped ball of screaming agony. The grey-faced Chief Justice inquired whether he wished to be sentenced, and he answered yes, but not to death. They couldn't kill him, he explained. That was part of the reward the aliens had given him, The other part was that he could kill or immobilize anybody in the world, or everybody, from any distance. He sat back and smiled at the stricken courtroom. Then he lost his composure and his mouth twitched. He laughed uproariously, slapped his knees in ecstasy. It was plain that he was fond of a joke. An anonymous lawyer stood up and waited patiently for his merriment to subside. If this was true, he asked, why had not the aliens used this power? Why had they not simply killed off the inhabitants and taken over the vacant planet? The traitor gazed kindly at him, and a court stenographer, who had cautiously picked up a pencil, returned agonizingly to her fetal position, and that way died. The traitor looked at his fingers and shrugged. The thumb that had been snapped off in the mob's frenzy was more than half grown again. They needed slaves, he said simply, and at the end, while some of them were still sane, the traitor raised his eyebrows, giving him his full courteous attention. The lawyer sat down abruptly, his question unfinished. The creature, who had betrayed his own race, smiled at him and permitted him to live. He even completed his question for him and answered it. Why did they not kill, then? They had something else on their minds. Fungoids. He laughed uproariously at his macabre joke. And in their minds, too. The lawyer's blue eyes gazed at him steadily, and he stopped laughing. In the bated hush of the courtroom, he said softly, What a pity I'm not an alien, too. You could have the fungoids destroy me. He laughed again, helplessly, the tears running down his cheeks. The Chief Justice adjourned the court then, and the prisoner sauntered to his comfortable quarters in front of his frightened guards. That night, in his own living room, the Chief Justice danced an agonized fandango in front of his horror-stricken wife, and the anonymous lawyer sat in his apartment, staring at the blank wall. He was glad the aliens had not made the traitor telepathic, too. He had found the chink in his armor. The neural paralysis, the murders by remote control, were acts of a conscious will. He had himself admitted that if his mind was destroyed, his powers would be destroyed with it. The aliens had not sought revenge because their minds were totally occupied with saving themselves. The stricken ones had simply lost the power. The knowledge was useless to him. There was no way they could attack his mind without his knowing it. Possibly they could steal away his consciousness by drugging or bludgeoning, but it would be racial suicide to attempt it. In the split moment of realization, he would kill every human being on Earth. There would be nobody left to operate on his brain, to make him a mindless, powerless idiot for the rest of time. For any period of time, he corrected himself. His brain would heal again. It was useless to think about it. There was nothing they could use against his invincibility. The only hope was to attack him unawares, and if that hope was a fraction less than a certainty, it could only mean final and absolute catastrophe. The lawyer looked at his watch. It was 4 a.m. He went into the kitchenette, and then shrugged himself into his coat. He walked through the silent streets, past the city hospital, where the Chief Justice lay in agony, while the motor impulses from his nerve centres wrenched and twisted his body. He entered the foyer of the luxury hotel where the race betrayer was held prisoner, and took the elevator to the 6th floor. 2 sleepy guards jerked erect outside the unlocked door. He put his finger to his lips, enjoining them to silence. Then he entered the room and stood for a moment over the man who was invincible and immortal and human, and subject to the involuntary unconsciousness which nature demands from all men. He slept. The eyelids fluttered. The lawyer took the steel meat skewer from his pocket. He thrust it through a half-opened eye and rotated it, methodically reducing the soft brain to formless mush. After that, the trial proceeded normally. The prisoner stared vacantly in front of him, and all his movements had to be directed, but he was alive, and his thumb was full-grown again. It was the lawyer that noticed this, and pointed out the implications. The thumb had grown to full size in less than 6 weeks. They must regard that as their maximum period of immunity. They ruminated over it for another 4 days. The question was a tricky one, for malignant immortality was beyond human solution. It was not just a matter of dealing out punishment. The problem now was the protection of the race from sudden annihilation. An insolvable problem, but one that must be solved. They could only do their best. He was sentenced to life imprisonment, with a special feature. It was decided he should be guillotined once a month, as long as he lived. The End of The Mightiest Man by Patrick Fahey. Recording by David Castle, London.